secretive organization known as Anonymous, a loose-knit group of computer hackers who came to the defense of WikiLeaks and got the attention of law enforcement in the process. They are young and stealthy, and they are potential giant killers.
Anonymous hacker activists have basically got together and are exacting revenge for what they see as attacks on WikiLeaks, and they're targeting a number of corporations that have cut off their ties with WikiLeaks.
So they see themselves as protesters. Essentially that the government can't prevent you or I from talking openly. They interpret it much more broadly. They believe that everybody has an inalienable right to say whatever they want on any forum whatsoever.
Out today, this group of computer hackers are apparently threatening cyber war over this WikiLeaks case. What do you know about that?
Yeah, NBC is reporting that Anonymous, it's a group we've heard of before, is threatening new attacks not only on U.S. corporations, but also on some of the government officials.
Number one story, MasterCard announced Monday it would no longer process payments to WikiLeaks. This morning, internet activists crashed its website. This afternoon, Visa.com crashed. Tonight, Twitter might be next. It suspended an Operation Payback account. A group calling itself Anonymous has been waging Operation Payback for a few months now. The group says it is dedicated to a, quote, anonymous, decentralized movement that fights against censorship and copy wrong.
Well, officials have confirmed that at least 41 Malaysian government websites had been hacked overnight. This follows a threat by hacker group Anonymous to punish the authorities for internet censorship. Officials say that 51 websites were hit and at least 41 of them were disrupted in these attacks.
Targets like HB Gary, a major cybersecurity firm some U.S. government agencies rely on to keep their computers safe. Last month, HB Gary boasted it would expose Anonymous. The response was swift. Anonymous took down their website, stole thousands of emails, and posted them on the internet. The CEO resigned. Anonymous is credited with bringing down government websites in Tunisia, Egypt, and Libya. And now it's made new threats against companies and government officials complicit in what it views as the mistreatment of Bradley Manning, the Army private accused of leaking to WikiLeaks.
Anonymous is powerful enough that it's certainly struck fear into the hearts of some of the biggest technology companies, the biggest companies in the whole world.
Our own Justice Department doesn't take any action against these guys. It's been 3 years since the debacle in Wall Street that caused our economic collapse. And where's Washington? Where's Washington? They haven't done a damn thing. But look, what you're looking at here, in combination of all these things, is a new model on how to fight back. You have to take action into your hands. Direct, peaceful resistance.
We decided long ago that the dangers of excessive and unwarranted concealment of pertinent facts far outweighed the dangers which are cited to justify it. And there is very grave danger that an announced need for increased security will be seized upon by those anxious to expand its meaning to the very limits of official censorship and concealment. That I do not intend to permit to the extent that it's in my control. For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice, on guerrillas by night instead of armies by day. It is a system which has conscripted vast human and material resources into the building of a tightly knit, highly efficient machine that combines military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations. Its preparations are concealed, not published. Its mistakes are buried, not headlined. Its dissenters are silenced, not praised. No expenditure is questioned, no rumor is printed, no secret is revealed.
Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. You could be in a lot of trouble. Now, people have figured out that you can hit the powerful where it counts in their pocketbooks. The same thing happened in Egypt, where Mubarak only stepped down after the labor strikes began. And then there's the national and international movement against the power establishment. The group Anonymous recently released this video warning the global banking systems.
We are a decentralized, non-violent resistance movement which seeks to restore the rule of law and fight back against the organized criminal class.
Now that's a little spooky, but I liked it. And apparently they came armed with documents, which we're going to tell you about in a second. But look, what I like is peaceful resistance.
However, they can't just randomly launch an attack. And in order to do it, you have to go on this IRC chat. Anyone can suggest a target. And that person then has to make a compelling case for the target, and then whoever happens to be, it's a quorum of whoever happens to be awake, can vote up or down on this target. So if somebody has not made a compelling enough case, enough people may pull their computers off of this voluntary botnet that the attack might not be nearly as effective. So it is, in fact, an amazing kind of Athenian democracy. If you forget sort of the ethics of what they're doing, place that to one side, what they've achieved is sort of this set of checks and balances that agrees in a very fluid way on what the target is.
This is the new model of fighting back against the establishment and against corporate power. Don't wait for your knight in shining armor to show up from D.C. The bad news is he ain't coming. The good news is it turns out you're the knight in shining armor.
I believe that Gandhi's views were the most enlightened of all the political men in our time. We should strive to do things in his spirit, not to use violence in fighting for our cause, but by non-participation in anything you believe is evil.
What's next? What's next is all they can do is shut down the internet itself. And we see how that went for them in Egypt. And we, the people, know that when the government shuts down the internet, that's when it's time to shut down the government. We are Anonymous. We are Legion. We do not forgive. We do not forget. Expect us. And now, you can expect a whole lot more.
Hello, free people of the world. This is Anonymous. It's time to stand up and face the New World Order. Your country calls for you to follow orders and to stand in place like a slave drone. We call for you to say no. We call for you to say you are anonymous. You have the right to stay anonymous, and so shall you do so. Go to protest and stand up for what you believe in. Stand up for what is right. Stand up and say you are anonymous. We are anonymous. We are Legion. We do not forgive. We do not forget. Expect us.
Good evening. We begin tonight with a rare look inside Anonymous.
They're this shadowy and motley group of hackers and activists who answer to no one, drawn together by love of internet mischief.
Well, now they're evolving into this movement of social change, a real driving force behind the Wall Street occupiers. No surprise, they're hated by corporate security, but also hunted by the FBI.
And one of the questions we're asking is, who are these people and why are they taking to the streets? To get some answers, Amber Lyons stepped into the shadows.
Back up. It's a dark and disturbing vision. A world where riot police attack with impunity.
What happened? He got shot. Get back.
Where democracy is corrupted by greed and dissent is crushed. That's how Anonymous sees America. And they say that's why they're fighting back.
We are Legion. We do not forgive. We do not forget.
It's a movement that defies description. Leaderless.
Tell me what democracy looks like.
Faceless. Anarchic.
This is our state.
A loose collective born on the internet, Anonymous has no official members and no hierarchy. But within the group, some individual Anons have greater standing, earned by their skills as hackers, video makers,
to see it with my own eyes and record it myself,
and increasingly street-level activists. Troy, not his real name, is one of them.
This is what happens when the people have had enough. This is what happens when greed goes unchecked.
Troy says he was drawn to Occupy Wall Street after watching his mother struggle with medical debts. He himself is working 2 jobs to make ends meet, despite having a college degree.
You kind of just lose track of days, lose track of time, but it's worth it. It's all worth it.
We met him at the Occupy Wall Street camp at Zuccotti Park.
There's no specific person that talks for us. It's more like a hive, you know, an idea is brought up and whoever agrees with it, if the overwhelming majority of people that agree with it, then we go with it.
So we're following Troy, and he's been out here policing, kind of making sure that all of these protesters are getting along with the community and not causing any problems.
We're handling internal affairs as far as damage control within the community, making sure that everybody's respecting the local small businesses around here. How's it going?
But he's not just watching over the protests. He's also watching the police. Part of the evolution of Anonymous from hackers to activists. Anonymous was born a decade ago in one of the weirdest and darkest corners of the internet. An anything-goes image board called 4chan. 4chan users post anonymously, and the name stuck.
We do not forgive.
The group adopted a distinct identity and its own symbolism. A mask taken from the movie V for Vendetta. A retelling of the story of the English rebel Guy Fawkes and his plot to blow up the House of Lords in 1605. Instead of gunpowder, Anonymous uses the internet. Anonymous attacks its targets by flooding and crashing corporate and government websites, or digging up and publicizing highly embarrassing information. It's called trolling. They troll targets out of genuine outrage, but also just for fun.
LULZ, it's a kind of pluralization and bastardization of Laugh Out Loud.
New York University professor Gabriella Coleman has been watching Anonymous for years.
It's a term that kind of denotes this sort of pleasure, humor, laughter, everything from something which is quite playful, harmless, to engaging in a kind of full-fledged trolling attack that humiliates.
Anonymous's campaigns, known as operations or ops, can be dramatic. In late 2010, a distributed denial of service attack took down the website of PayPal after the company cut off support for the online whistleblower site WikiLeaks.
PayPal continues to withhold funds from WikiLeaks, a beacon of truth in these dark times.
16 Anons were arrested by the FBI, charged with conspiring to intentionally damage PayPal's computers.
This is a message from Anonymous to the Bay Area Rapid Transit System, BART.
This summer, Anonymous attacked the San Francisco area's public transportation system, BART. BART had cut cell service within the transit system as a way of disrupting anti-police brutality protests. Anonymous's reaction was devastating and vicious.
We will not issue any more warnings.
Op BART included the release of a naked photo of a senior BART employee.
Sometimes it kind of makes you laugh, sometimes it makes you cringe, sometimes it makes you laugh and cringe at the same time. All of a sudden, you're like, oh my gosh, there is this, dagger that's being thrown.
And a naked photo.
Yeah, a naked photo.
Do you feel like there is a fear out there of what they could possibly find or leak about a certain individual?
Absolutely. I mean, that's what makes them who they are, is that they are kind of bad boys and rude boys to some degree. There is a dual sort of fascination and horror that goes on at the same time.
Be aware, be vigilant.
Anonymous was evolving, using its power to shock and disrupt to effect social change. During the Arab Spring, the collective emerged as a full-fledged activist group, taking up the cause of Tunisians fighting against a repressive regime, literally saving lives.
The Tunisian government has made itself an enemy of Anonymous.
They did everything from take down government websites. They wrote scripts to stop the phishing of passwords. They brought massive media attention to Tunisia.
And last fall, Anonymous broke cover here at home, stepping out from behind their secure computer screens for a new cause, Occupy Wall Street.
There is a revolution brewing.
Suddenly, the symbols of Anonymous were everywhere, in flags, masks, banners.
We are the 99%!
When we return, pepper spray and Anonymous strikes back.
How are they getting personal information of these officers?
I'd rather not say.
The shadowy internet group known as Anonymous has grown now far beyond its hacker roots. It's now emerging as a forceful public relations weapon for the Occupy protest movement. Amber Lyon takes you inside Anonymous.
We are Anonymous.
Anonymous likens itself to the Air Force of the Occupy movement.
Everyone, everywhere will be occupying their towns, their capitals, and other public spaces.
Anonymous has an array of people on the streets. We're talking medics in San Francisco, tech support in Washington, D.C. And here in New York, guys like Troy. Troy, not his real name, is part of an army of citizen journalists documenting the movement and the police by broadcasting live video over streaming sites. When they see evidence of what they believe is police misbehavior, Anonymous strikes back, releasing personal information about specific officers.
And hopefully he'll think twice before he pulls out his baton against somebody who's holding a sign saying we just want peace.
And how are they getting cell phone numbers and personal information of these officers or bankers?
I'd rather not say.
In September, an NYPD officer named Anthony Bologna was filmed pepper spraying 2 protesters. Anonymous took direct action.
We will unleash hell on your phones, your servers, and anything else we can find.
One of the most active subgroups within Anonymous is called the Cabin Crew. Their specialty is doxing. It's shorthand for combing the internet for all the information you can find about a target and then releasing it publicly.
Cabin Crew
have noticed the injustices being committed by the New York police.
Cabin crew compiled Bologna's name, his home address, past legal actions, even the names of his family members, and put it all online. After a police investigation and public pressure, Bologna was placed on leave and reassigned to Staten Island.
What do you think that did to the NYPD when they saw this officer's information get posted online?
I think that they would see it as a form of vigilantism. They're pushing the boundaries of the law. But I think some of their actions also reveal the ways in which either private security companies or police are also acting outside of the boundaries of the law.
Anonymous's biggest coup in the propaganda wars was this. An Anon group by the name Operation Leaks posts the clip on YouTube. The next day, the clip tops 100,000 views. 3 days later, 1.5 million. The casually spraying cop had it all. It was outrageous, ridiculous, lulzy, and effective.
Police in riot gear sprayed students,
pepper spraying student protesters.
The incident was picked up by the mainstream media and replayed over and over again.
Nice shopping.
Anonymous wants to frame the narrative of the Occupy movement as a contest between peaceful protesters and a militarized police state. Oh my gosh. Reality, though, isn't quite so clear-cut. At Occupy Oakland, some protesters attacked the police with rocks and bottles. Others erupted in a fury after the city tore down their encampment.
They're getting a little heated as some people are trying to tear down this fence and head into the main area, but others are trying to keep them quiet and calm so that the police don't have to get re-involved.
I need some help. We need some more help over here.
You're f***ing willing to fight us, but not the police? They fight the police, and you're doing their job.
The Anonymous PR machine focused solely on instances where the cops got out of line. And they have plenty of ammunition.
What happened? What happened? He got shot.
During one night of chaos, police apparently fired a projectile directly at a former Marine named Scott Olson, who was peacefully protesting against the crackdown. Anonymous went into overdrive.
I hereby declare this to be an unlawful assembly.
Scanning the video for police badge numbers and names, offering a reward for anyone who could identify the officer responsible. The case is still under investigation. The Department of Homeland Security has put out several alerts to law enforcement and corporate security focused mainly on the group's hacking activities. And the FBI has made more than a dozen arrests.
We're living in a police state.
But there's no indication that has cramped Anonymous's style. Their latest op?
Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year to all on planet Earth.
On Christmas Day, members crashed the website of a security research company, hacking its client list along with their credit card numbers in order to steal $1 million for donations to charity.
We are Anonymous. Expect us.
And our correspondent Amber Lyon now joins us here in studio. A little frightening,
yeah,
a little scary.
Slightly, especially for law enforcement in many aspects.
You know, I got to ask, so what if they get it wrong? What if they put up some personal information that is inaccurate? Do they have any accountability?
There's very little accountability because of the way Anonymous is organized. Anyone can claim to be anonymous. There's also a lot of extreme outliers. And you know, law enforcement is intimidated by Anonymous. We tried to get an interview with anyone federally or locally, and they refused to send an officer forward kind of to the chopping block because they feared that if this officer appeared on camera, they could become a target of Anonymous.
This is an anonymous message from the global revolution to politicians, dictators, perpetuate vertical and obscurantist social schemes. We have arrived to the 21st century of our era, after 2 world wars, endorsing the possibility of nuclear conflict with assured mutual destruction. Their so-called economists and intellectuals, having announced that it was the end of the story, it seemed, more than ever, that looking for a fairer order was meaningless. Thinking that they had slowed our rational development enough, they let us carry on with a progress model whose sole objective was never more than to make them even richer and more powerful. However, they did not consider that the real human spirit refuses to bow, always. While they believed they were overcoming us by using economic shocks, our species has evolved in a new manner. Using only the powers of culture and freedom, we have reused those and they shamelessly try to shut down our freedom of expression. Finally, information has reached critical mass, exploding in a melting pot of voices whose new wishes and needs can't be covered by their old paradigm. Now, physically and digitally interconnected, we form a huge collective consciousness. Maybe their corporate media silences what is happening, but they cannot fool us anymore. They can temporarily stop some points, but the process will continue unstoppable and ever-changing. Now it doesn't matter which measures they take for trying to counteract us. The more violent censorship and obstacles they put in our way, the more they expose their weakness. From every place on the earth, with different ideas and from different conditions, women and men have always existed and always will exist to oppose the pretense of undemocratic and unjust governments. After millenniums of suffering, our species has stood up, and nothing will ever be the same. Their totalitarian game is ending. But friends, the story hasn't ended. This is where it begins. We will take the streets and occupy. Change is happening. The people should never fear the government. The government should fear the people. We are the people. We are the only system. We are anonymous. We are legion. We do not forgive. We do not forget. Expect us. Join us.
The #1 most influential person of 2012, according to RT America, is the hacktivist group Anonymous.
And hacktivist group Anonymous didn't waste any time in firing back.
With Mega Upload, shutting down the websites of the Department of Justice, the FBI, the Motion Picture Association of America, Universal Pictures, among many others.
And then, take us a month later and, 10,000 people were just in the streets. And in every major country in the world, in every major city in the world.
And also Syria, where they tried to keep the internet online for many, even though it was virtually shut down for a couple of days.
Help the ones that are dying, and it will further the collective as a whole, and we can help bring a peace within the Gaza region to those people that so desperately need it.
Declare this to be an unlawful assembly. I order all those assembled to immediately disperse. You may be arrested.
And we are live. Welcome to Anonymous Bites Back, episode 23. This is Tyler Jordan. I am a fictional character inside somebody's head.
Justin here again from Texas.
And Kylo here from Virginia.
And
all right, I'll go next then. This is Puck Arch, Op Love, Anon Medics, Street Medics, Op Safe Winter, Op Collective Meditation, as well as a few other things.
We're trying to get on a guest right now. Let me see. Okay.
All right. Well, Tyler works with the guest tonight. Again, this is Puck Arch and Jordan Lennox, whatever you want to call me. I'm good with. Tonight's first guest is Dana. You guys, anybody may know her through Free Marty G. Marty G is her husband, who is presently incarcerated. He is part of the Anonymous family, and he is. I'll let Dana tell a little more about it when she gets on here. But to set her up, he's presently being incarcerated for compromising a hospital's server to bring attention to the mistreatment of children at the hospitals, and so he is presently in jail. Today he had court, and he asked to go to his father's memorial, who passed away on Saturday, and his lawyers agreed to wear an ankle monitor so that he could be monitored at all times, and the judge refused it, which is pretty much unheard of, for a hacker. He's looking at doing 25 years for his actions, or accusations, I should say. So we have to understand that he is supposed to be innocent until proven guilty. And I think a lot of us can agree that for a hacker looking at 25 years when, just last year you had a rapist get a slap on the wrist in Stanford, 3 years probation. But a hacker is looking at 25 years with no bail, no bond, and not even allowed to visit his, go to his father's memorial. And personally, for me, this is a disgrace of our justice system. This is an abomination towards just natural human rights. If you'd like to read more about it, they are on Facebook. Just do #FreeMartyG. Also, they have a URL. I believe it's freemartyg.com. So, if you want to know more about the story, spread the word. And I guess this hits close to home because, as a family of activists, we're supposed to stand together. We're supposed to stand as one. And I don't feel Marty has gotten, enough attention when, we as a group of activists, are supposed to be standing together. So it looks like, hold on here, Tyler, is she not able to get on? Is that what I'm saying?
Yeah, she's having trouble connecting. Hold on.
All right. So, I'll throw it out to the rest of the panel is, at what point does, he is accused of, trying to bring attention to the inhumanity of hospitals' treatments towards children. And there's a great article on RT, and they were able to interview Dana and both Marty. And I happen to agree that these people should be heroes. They should not be condemned for trying to bring this to the attention of it. Now, what started it all was there's a little girl in her family, and the doctor refused to treat the children and accused the parents of basically bad parenting. Um, when she was actually diagnosed later with, if I'm not mistaken, a life-threatening illness. And so the parents said it was torture of a child because they refused to treat the child. And I think all of us can relate to that on an individual level. How many times you've gone to the hospital and they said, oh, it's nothing, it's nothing, it's nothing. And it turns out to be something, you know, that, you know, whether life threatening or not, it was a little more severe or a lot more severe than what you were given attention for. You were attention seeking. You were seeking, pain meds, or the list could go on with that. Again, I'll throw that out to the rest of the panel for that.
It's just, it's just this medical tyranny that's being instituted in this country now with this fascist healthcare. They're all about getting up in your business. If it was true socialized medicine, there would be a more caring response. And everybody would be, equal under it. You wouldn't be all these penalties and problems. With all these other issues that legal issues, that come up. But when you're in this fascist scheme, it becomes a corporate doctrine, and you just see the viciousness of it. It's the morality of it is wrong. In addition to all the constitutional violations and so forth, not getting a bond and bail and releases. I mean, that's you're if you go down any of the list of the founding fathers, they would tell you you're living in a tyranny, medical tyranny in this case. Right. And they don't like whistleblowers. They're really pounding on whistleblowers, even though you're supposed to have all these protections.
There she is.
Right, and there are actually a couple twists to this as well. But like I said, Dana, can you hear me? This is George. Dana. To the bottom, you'll see a little mic with a line through it. Push that. If it's white. Oh.
Hello? Hey, there you are.
Are you with us, Dana?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
All right, now you might need to speak up a little bit. I know you have a soft voice. Hi, hon, this is George. You might want to speak up a little bit since you have such a quiet voice. But I gave a little bit of introduction. Do you want to talk a little more about what's going on with you and Marty? You and Marty B's plight for justice and how everything occurred. You have a lot of people, unfortunately, who are unaware of what you're going through, and I know you and I have discussed, in the past since this all went down, about more of an awakening, and I think the RT article was a great way to certainly spread the news around the world.
Yeah, today was a big day. Marty's father passed away on Saturday. We were trying to file to get to see his father before he passed on an emergency motion, and the time, and I took a trip down to Florida, got there just a couple of minutes before Marty's phone turned off for certain times. And Marty got to speak for the last time for a couple of minutes and just told him that he loves him and just to hang on a little longer, Ted, and we're going to win.
Okay. Do you want to give a little... I'm sorry to interrupt you, Dave. Do you want to give a little background for people who are not familiar with this? Because, I mean, I think, as you know, and it really saddens me that your page, at least on Facebook, only has about 9 followers, and which to me is a little saddening because he is a brother of ours, he's a family member. So do you want to give us a little background of exactly how occurred and what the goal was? I talked about a little bit about bringing attention to the medical tyranny, to the injustices of the medical community and the torture of the children.
Sure. Yeah, the page is Free Marty G, and it's we have a website and Twitter by the same name. Justina Pelletier was a 15-year-old who came to Boston Children's Hospital to see her GI specialist when she started displaying symptoms of the flu. When she got there, she changed her diagnosis and didn't allow her to see the doctor she came to see. When her parents disagreed and said, we actually have a diagnosis for her, we'd like to go back to our old doctor or at least get a second opinion. The doctor said, we're actually not going to let you leave. There will be no second opinions. And this is documented. They have the treatment plan from those doctors that say no second opinions. So they locked her in a psych ward for 13 months and then transferred her to a behavior modification facility. This was all in Massachusetts. It's almost too hard to believe, except that it actually did happen. And Jessina is a religious family, and so she had some powerful folks behind her, and it made international news because it was so shocking and horrible that this is happening to kids. She's not the only person that it's happened to, but hers was the highest profile case. In the midst of the campaign to free her, in addition with a lot of hardworking people, the website or the donation portal of the website at Boston Children's Hospital was taken offline for hours at a time over a period of a week. They're accusing Marty of bringing down the donation portal as a statement, as a defense of Jessina because she was being tortured. Now, what happened to her specifically was they stopped giving her medications because they told her that instead of the genetic disease that she has that stops her mitochondria from producing energy for her body, they told her that it was a mental, based on stress. It's called psychosomatic disorder. So they stopped letting her have any of her medications, and she went from a figure skater to a girl that's paralyzed. She's forever wheelchair bound now, and won't ever regain that strength. She also was in constant pain. Her father was on Greater Boston, a local kind of like NPR show, and he described that she was in constant pain 24 hours a day for 13 months, nonstop pain. That's because part of her disease or part of her conditions means that she has very sensitive nerve endings. So she was taking Lyrica or something to deaden the nerve pain, and they wouldn't let her have it. So she was in agony for over a year. And under the best of conditions, kids like this die. And so this, when you give bad conditions, it just exacerbates the chance for death. So what happened was really an action to save her life and protect her from grievous bodily harm. It was like a defense of another, kind of like a short overview, or maybe it's not so short.
No, that was great. No, Dana, that was great. Thank you very much for the background.
Oh yeah, sorry guys. I am for the first 2 minutes of when you guys were talking about our guest, I had the audio on really low, so if you could reintroduce yourself again.
I'm George Puckarch, Op Love, Street Medic, Op Meditation, as well as many other things I participate in. Next.
And I'm Kylo, and I'm from Virginia, Op New Blood.
And this is Tyler Durden, a fictional character inside somebody's head. And
this is Preston. I'm from Texas.
And the special guest of Anonymous Bites Back today is Dana, who is Marty G's wife. Dana, you want to introduce yourself real quick? That's who you are, and what you're talking about. Just brief.
Sure. Yep. I'm Dana Gottesfeld, and talking about my husband Martin, who's been in pretrial jail for over a year, and had the ability to attend his father's funeral today.
Now, could you tell everybody how many jails how many over the last year, how many institutions he's been transferred to back and forth during this entire ordeal as well. And the RT article did gently touch upon even the mistreatment of him within prison. Even if you want to talk about his hunger strike, anything you're comfortable with, Dana. I can't speak for all the panel, but I think I can speak for Tyler and myself. Is that the floor is all yours. So please, let's start bringing some attention to everything your family's dealing with, and let's see if we can get you a little more support.
Into 6 here. Before the jail he was at now, he was at MCC New York, and that's most recently been in the news. The jail they took Elbow to. While El Chapo was there, he left a bit later. Marty was taken there from a jail in Rhode Island when he days or so, some amount of time into his hunger strike. He started the hunger strike to purposes. He started it with 2 purposes, and those were to protect kids like Justina from institutional abuse. At the time, he was appealing to the presidential candidates to sign a pledge, and he was also doing it to stand up to Carmen Ortiz, his prosecutor, who's also known for her prosecution of Aaron Swartz just 3 years earlier at the same courthouse. Marty strongly feels that somebody needs to stand up to her, because if somebody doesn't, then she's going to continue doing this to more activists. I've learned over this journey that Aaron wasn't the first activist to commit suicide awaiting trial. I can't speak with any certainty about why anybody does anything, but I can tell you that they were all facing very trumped up charges, and they would not be allowed to use a computer, and they'd be charged with a felony, and their whole lives would be ruined. And for somebody who is a technologist and uses it as a means to pursue their life's work, that's pretty damning. So Marty was on a hunger strike MCC New York because they do force feedings there. That's part of their reputation. It's known as Little Guantanamo. Marty spent 80 days in solitary confinement there. During that time, he wrote prolifically. He wrote articles that we published in the Huffington Post, and reached a really big audience about why the hunger strike and why the Department of Justice owes the Pelletiers an apology, and was what Boston Children's Hospital did to Justina Pelletier torture. And those are all available on the Huffington Post. If you just type in like Huffington Post Martin Gottesfeld or Huffington Post Dana Gottesfeld, it shows you all the articles. I would help him get them online. This is, I know that other people also have not been silenced just because they're in jail. They still have a First Amendment right to speak their mind. 100 days, Carmen Ortiz resigned as the new administration was going to come in. So on that day, he decided that he was going to stop the strike in a display of good faith for the new administration. And like, that's his fight. He's and hurt Obama holdovers. So he's stopped. I don't really talk about it this much, but he's prepared to go on another hunger strike. He stopped it in an effort of good faith, but it wasn't like he's not afraid to do it again. And I think he's proved his commitment that he's willing to go through with it. So then he was moved to Plymouth in Massachusetts, and Plymouth is a county jail. And Plymouth, he says, is actually worse than than MCC New York. I mean, maybe not worse than solitary a solitary at MCC New York, but worse as a prison. It's a county jail, and they have this room there called Q5. And Q5 is if you ask for mental health help, they send you to a room with tile floors, 40 degrees, no mattress, no blanket, and no toilet. So there's just a hole in the ground you have to defecate into. It's pretty shocking. And if you ask for, after 48 hours, they check on you. And if they said you still need help, and if you're stupid enough to say yes, they keep you there longer. Since Marty's been there, he got there, I think, in February. There's been 5 suicide attempts. And it's just shocking that this is happening. One of those people was a combat veteran, a combat medic from the veteran from this Afghanistan war. And I just like, it's such a different world. They're so not protected. Like, these people aren't like, I don't know. I just don't even know.
You're doing great, Danny. You're doing great, and I know this is difficult for you.
Yeah, and it's like, it's pre-trial detention. Like this is he's not guilty of anything.
Right. I wanted you to talk about that. He's and if I'm not mistaken, now he's not even being accused for compromising the server, if I'm not mistaken, from what you and I talked about before. He's actually being accused of just sharing the operation. Is that, or is that not correct? Am I mistaken on that?
The indictment had 3 charges. 2 counts of attempt to access a protected computer, and each of those counts carries a 10-year max sentence. 1 count of conspiracy, and that's up to 5-year max sentence. So they want to charge him with up to 25 years in federal prison. And just for full disclosure, or just to be clear, the hospital that hurt Justina is free to continue hurting children and faces no criminal investigation. At Marty's detention hearing, which we have the transcript of on freemartygee.com, the FBI was asked, do you know what's going on at Boston Children's Hospital? Do you know what happened to Justina? And they said, yes. Investigate. So it's kind of like, what's happening here is it's
now I also
yeah.
found something very interesting today, since you brought up, the pretrial, is that the judge refuses to recuse themselves. And would you like to give a little background on the judge, and I guess their relationship with the case?
Yeah, the judge has a background in science, and she has a 2-part relationship to Boston Children's Hospital. She was employed by Harvard before she began her legal career, and this is from the Massachusetts government website. She was assistant at medical school. Boston Children's Hospital, teaching hospital for Harvard affiliated hospital. Studied at Harvard Med. Been a lot of appearance. She never to Boston Children's Hospital affiliated.
Okay, I don't know if you went quiet or what's going on here. Like we lost you a little bit. Are you still there, Dana?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Oh, okay. I think we have a noise canceling mic or something. That's
Is there anything else you wanted to share? I mean, like I said, the floor is yours, and this is your time to, get Marty's brothers and sisters aware who weren't previously aware, and at least give now you have the best background of what's going on. So is there anything else you'd like to share with us? Any questions for Dana from anybody on the panel?
Does she have a case number so you could look up the Pacer docs?
I'm not sure what the case number is off the top of my head, but if you're on Pacer, you can search by Gottesfeld, Marty, and that'll pull them up.
Okay, I got you.
And the detention hearing, if you download it from Pacer, you have to pay for each page, but we uploaded it for free on freemartyg.com.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what about legal funds? Do you still have? Are you still looking for legal funds, or were you guys able to retain a lawyer that is taking your case for you free of charge?
No, we had a lawyer that we were not happy with, so we split ways. That's where a lot of our money went. Then we didn't really have any, so we got a public defender.
Arthur.
So,
Can you mute your mic?
Is it mine? I don't know what's going on. Why I have two mics on. Hold on. I'll be right back.
Second bad.
No one's fault. Not even hers.
All right, Dana. Continue. Oh, hold on. Arthur, mute your mic, brother.
Arthur, there you go.
Yeah, it sounds like you brought Santa Claus with you there, Arthur.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I'm having major malfunctions. I just turned off my headset and everything. I'm just going to try leaving the call and coming back. Hold on.
All right, Dana. And, go ahead and continue.
Yeah, we can't really afford an attorney. So we have a public defender. But we do have we do have a donation set up on freemartyg.com, and that money goes to making sure he has enough money for commissary and phone time. You wouldn't believe it, but to talk to him on the phone is 21 cents a minute. It's higher than international charges. And all things related to the campaign, anything that helps him. And that's at freemartyg.com.
Yeah, I was muted because I wound up turning it on two different devices.
Yeah, I was going to say, you're still on, brother.
That's a reverb here. Does anyone else hear that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's echoing pretty bad. I think his mic from the laptop is picking up the audio.
Yeah, it's got to be Arthur.
Yeah, Arthur, you want to mute your mic, Arthur? All right, is that better?
Yeah, much better. Thank you.
Yeah.
Right. I was talking without the mic on.
Yeah.
All right.
No, that's better.
Yeah, that is better. So for those of you, who, David, can you just say that over again, please? I know, you guys do need legal help, at least funding like you said, his commissary. As somebody who's been locked up and was swatted back in 2014, I completely understand the price of phone calls. Just having your 6 commissary needs in when you're locked up, the solitary confinement. I was also in solitary confinement. No food, no blanket. They put it down, like you said, 40 degrees, put you on a cement floor, and let you go. So please plug the financial where they can help donate if so inclined.
Yeah, and if anybody, we're also looking for we're going to be looking for different legal representation. So if anyone, that might be another way to use the money.
I think you have someone contacting you. I was talking to someone, and I'll see if I can tag you in it, Dana, who's willing, I think, to offer some legal representation. I don't know what state she is available in, but she was very curious about the case, and he did mention getting a team of lawyers that could help you. So I will try and get you in touch with her after the call.
Yeah, no, that would be amazing. Unfortunately, we can't afford to, we would need it pro bono. But what I love about this case and by love I mean I'm totally torn and like crying, laughing, like a little bit crazy about, is is that it spooks the government. Like you should have been at the hearing at the status conference when Marty was on video, and his prosecutor, Adam Bookbinder, was just looking horrible, just looking so uncomfortable, like like they do not, like, you do not meet people that fight back against the government. The government has a 98% what's it called? People that take plea deals, you know, because they bully them with 25 years in prison. So they're not used to somebody that fights. I can tell you, after Marty after the initial like conversation, or after some earlier conversations with the prosecutor, I sent an email to them on Marty's behalf that said, I will make you if you take details for it, but something along the lines of like, if this goes through, or like if this happens, I will make sure that I do to your career what Aaron did to Stephen Heyman's career. As the prosecutor in Aaron Swartz's case. And so I just don't think that they're used to getting someone that fights. This is like really exciting. This is pretty exciting in the way that it's gonna be one for the books. Rolling Stone is working on a feature, and that's going to be coming out soon as well. That's going to be pretty informative. It's going to be with David Kushner, who's done a lot of these articles about cyber people in the next couple of months.
Oh, that's awesome that it's starting to get the attention that it rightfully deserves, especially against cyber activists, whether you want to call them hacktivists or not, or you know, we don't want to incriminate anyone, obviously, here. But I think personally that's just wonderful. What can the average person do? You know, you guys have been activists for a while, and very vocal at that. What can the average person do who doesn't have money? Because as you, like you said, you don't have the money to fight this, because most activists don't. We really don't value money the way that a lot of society does. So, you know, what would you say to the person who is in tears right now, listening to your story, or slamming their fists and angry about the injustice that Marty's going through, his mother's going through, his father, rest in power, before he passed, and yourself? What can they do to get support, give support, and, you know, just help you out in general?
Thanks. Yeah, money is an important part, but only one part. Absolutely. I think the real power is from people. It's from, and some of the ways that we can help is if it's not too hard to join us on social media. You can like our page on Facebook, Free Marty G, and we're also on Twitter. And every Sunday we have Twitter storms at 1 p.m. Eastern time. I would also encourage anybody to write to Carmen Ortiz has resigned, but her office is still full of Obama holdovers, prosecutors who have been there for a while, and you might want to write to the people that called her in front of Congress and chastised her, and say to Congress people that have, I'm sorry, let me start again. Okay, so there was a law that tried to get passed called Justina's Law. And a lot of those people supported Justina. And those are Congress people that we would like to have write to the U.S. District Attorney, to the Attorney's Office, and say, why don't you spend your time prosecuting real crimes, not people trying to help others. If you'd like, you can also send Marty a letter. We have his address on our Facebook page.
Now, do you also have contact information that of the representatives that people can contact on your Facebook page, Twitter page, or your website? So do you have any pre-formatted letters that?
Yes, we have a template on freemartyg.com. I believe under the Take Action page.
Okay, great. Anyone else? Questions, please. I know, Dana, I know you can't stick around long, but, please go ahead. Tyler.
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna say, what the judge and the crime are it's utterly ridiculous. I think they offered a Barrett Brown, what was it, like 100 years, and how much was it? How much did they give him? How much? Yeah, and all he didn't. What was Barrett Brown doing before he got locked up? He threatened an FBI agent, I think, right?
If I'm not mistaken, he was also just free information as basically free journalism, and the freedom to information as Aaron.
Yeah, and they were going to give him like a long time. He's out now, though, right? I don't even know how he got out so early.
Yeah, he got out. Yeah, he did. He was released, I believe, November, maybe November 26th or something like that. And he's very vocal still, and he was very vocal from jail, as Dana was saying. Marty's still exercising his First Amendment rights to get the news out, which I highly commend. And if people want to, I know a lot of individuals look up to Aaron Swartz for everything he was doing, and for me, if you want a new hero, a live hero, I think Marty is a great example of standing up for what you believe, not compromising to the system that tries to keep you down, tries to oppress you, and tries to silence you, by making a plea deal, and continuing to fight for individuals' rights regardless of his own well-being.
Yeah. Since he's been in jail, he's been not only writing about Justina, but also about prison conditions. So he's written a couple of open letters that have been published in Huffington Post and Shadowproof. And his letters have actually gotten improvements at the prisons. He's gotten people out of solitary confinement. He's gotten them to fix the amenities and do some cleaning. They're not generally very long-term or comprehensive arrangements, but they've really made an impact in people's lives. I'm really proud of him for that.
You mentioned he was keeping up the fight. Does he have a pretty good public defender, or is he representing himself pro se? What is he doing?
We have a public defender, but I think that we really are looking for somebody who's really going to fight tooth and nail and believes 110%. Not to say that the public defender has a lot on his plate. He has a lot of cases.
Right. If you want, Dana, I will address that because I know you have to be quiet. So let me address that real quick.
Okay.
All right. What people have to understand about a public defender is who they're being paid by.
Oh, the government. Yeah.
Exactly. And that's what I wanted to remind everybody. And so you have a public defender. And
it sucks. I know. I've been there. It sucks.
Yeah, their hearts might be in the right place, Tyler. Like I said, I know you've been there. We have a similar path. But yeah, one thing people really have to learn to comprehend is they still work for the government, okay? And so while their hearts may believe in a certain case, and again, I'm going to stay away from the Marty G case, only not to implicate Dana. I'm speaking on my own behalf, not in any reference to anyone who's listening to Marty or Dana. Please take that note. But, as a whole, the public defenders have to look for what suits the government best for all you conspiratorial theories. They're not being paid independently. And that is one of the main issues with public defenders. That is also a huge reason that the government has such a high rate of prosecution and plea deals, is because the public defender isn't always looking out for the best interest, rarely looks out, in my opinion, for the best interest of the defendant, but in order to move on, because they are, number one, overwhelmed, as Dana was saying, and their caseloads, they can't handle everything it is, and sometimes it's just easier to encourage a plea deal so they can move on to the next case and just get the cases, and it is unfortunately also a means to climb within the political environment. If you have a good rate of plea deals, you're more likely to move up the chain of command.
Yeah, well, and I think there's some really nice people. I think it's also just a distribution of funds. The prosecution has a team of lawyers, the FBI, a cybercrime division, just unlimited funds and energy and time. And then in the public defender's office, you get one attorney who doesn't necessarily have any computer experience or not that I'm saying anything is fault of anyone, but it's just like it's a joke. And and Marty's also been told that he won't be able to bring up Justina in his defense. Like they won't allow him to talk about her.
Now, and I don't know if you're allowed to answer this, do you have the support of Justina's family?
Justina's family is suing the hospital right now. Like I mentioned earlier, she's not the only family who's had this happen to her. So there's a civil lawsuit against the individual doctors in the hospital going on with like 6 families right now. So they're in the middle of their own litigation.
Wow. It's just fascinating to me. And you did touch on something very, very important with even computer crimes in general. This is new territory.
Yeah.
As technology advances, we are seeing more cyber crimes, and I don't know even if they know how to prosecute them. And
remember, it used to be 25 to life. Remember, before they had Aaron's Law. Remember?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And that's what I think still minimum 5 years, but pedophilia has been around for a while, which is one of the biggest examples. Child abuse is another example. We really won't touch on murderers or at least accused, but I think that is one of the bigger issues is they're not quite sure on what is the punishment to fit the crime, if indeed a crime even existed, which morality and law, I forget who's, I think that was Snowden who said that, if it's you fight for what's your morals, not for what's the law.
Right. Don't let the law dictate your morality. The Computer Fraud Act was written, I think, like in the before the internet was even like.
Yeah, it was like in the 70s, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, 70s or 80s, just like before the internet was even like a real thing. And it hasn't been updated since. So it's completely out of whack with reality. Not only that, but anything involving a computer, anything, in any capacity, is a felony. So, because in order to be a felony, it has to violate state and federal law. So they say it's such circular logic. They say if it happens in a state, it's also in the federal system, or if it happens in the federal, it's also in the state. So it's just like it's always a felony, no matter what the impact of it was. Now, what they're accusing Marty of, bringing down the donation portal, did not hurt any patients. It did not. There was no ransomware, no.
So essentially, he just disabled a link, right?
That's what they're claiming, that the hospital wasn't able to receive donations. Now, preemptively, to protect themselves from like whatever, they took down they took down their website. So it was an inconvenience. Instead of like putting in prescription orders online, they had to like pick up the phone and make calls and stuff. And part of the impact was doctors inside the hospital who largely ignored this psych ward called Bader 5, which is where they keep children in this psych ward, started saying like, why does it was done by they're saying it was done by Anonymous. They're saying, why does Anonymous care about Vader 5? What's going on up there? Because it's pretty divorced from the rest of the hospital. People that work in the hospital don't really work in Vader 5. And it really brought a lot of attention to this psych ward that's pretty much run amok. Justina's case wasn't the first one. As further investigation into her, it was revealed that they've been taking kids away from their parents like this for 20 years. They found someone named Patty Millay, who 20 years ago the Department of Children and Families came for her children. This is sometimes I'm Marty's wife and I love to talk about him, but I forget sometimes that I really want to focus on the real issue, which is the kids that are being taken from their parents and subjected to institutional abuse. Like this hospital, Boston Children's Hospital, is so powerful and has such a good reputation because of a lot of the work that they do. They are a children's hospital, and they've helped a lot of people, but that doesn't take away from the kids that they've hurt. I think that it's based on profit motive. They can keep kids filling their psych wards and keep making money off of it. I'm not sure exactly what the reasons are why, but all I know is that it's happening. And on freemartygee.com, I've already found 5 other kids that this has happened to, and there's a lot of survivors. But what happens is that like Justina, the courts gag the families, so a lot of them can't even speak out about what's happening. And it's just a perpetual system of silencing survivors and bringing in new kids.
Right, and that was brought up in the RT article. I'm not sure if that was the RT article or another article that I read. That one way they do protect themselves is similar to the priests that were going around molesting children. Is either one, paying them off, or having the courts put a gag order on what can and cannot be said.
Yeah, Marty and I don't have, we're not parents. We've never had our kids taken. It's really a new world for us. And I've met so many people, a horribly shocking amount of people, that have experienced this. And it just doesn't rise to prominence because their voices are taken from them if they ever want to see their children again, which puts them in a horrible position.
Now, I'm sorry, I don't mean to hijack your show, Tyler, at all. But then what would you say to, people who are, what got you involved in this? What hit home for, you and Marty and to get you involved in activism as a whole? Obviously, you kind of hinted at where you're from, so
it was an accident how I got involved in Anonymous.
Yeah, that's kind of, we can figure that out. But what got you involved, and what keeps you going so strong as an activist to not sit down, to not shut up, and to not comply?
I mean, for me, it's always been the financial aspect, and I was one of those prodigies of watching the Zeitgeist movies when I was completely under the influence. That was the precursor, and a lot, believe it or not, a lot of it stuck when I sobered up. So, it's the fact that we have, as activists or, even in Anonymous, the more we fight, there is a chance. There's always a chance that we can accomplish this, but this is like an everyday thing. It's like, you just don't do it for one day and then it's over. No, you got to keep on fighting the system and fighting the system and fighting the system and fighting the system. And then, you do get distracted every once in a while, but, I try to stick towards the goal,
Totally.
Next.
Oh, you were doing a panel thing. Well, for me, it's a progression. When I was younger, you think your vote counts, so you go out and vote, make sure you vote. Then you see, you know, the candidates and how they are in the parties and whatnot. And you may get a little more active in petition, and then contacting legislators and so on. It's kind of a progression until you finally just, I wouldn't say becomes your life, but you know, you start becoming on the fringe or a radical in a way. You know, being an activist. That's how I got there. Out of a 30-year process, I guess. I'm an old timer.
Dana? And, Steven, go ahead. Sorry.
And I can honestly say for me, what got me involved is I actually was on the opposite side of the fence in the very, very beginning in my younger years. And getting involved in the upper echelons of those groups and organizations, the truth comes out, and then it hits you like a train. As this reality hits you, and it's all manipulation and lies and deceit, and you're just being controlled for an ideal that doesn't exist, if that makes sense. And then in the last year or so, I've had a lot of stuff going on in my life that I just haven't had and I want to change it, and I don't want to change it for myself because I've already been through it. I want to change it for everybody else and the future generations to come.
Right, and I think that's at the heart of it. And I think that's where Marty is a great example, and Dana herself is that, you know, we're not doing this for us, you know, and that gets confused, that people think we have selfish means. And, you know, that's why, if you guys don't mind, I'd like to hear from Dana and what keeps her going strong, what keeps, you know, Marty going strong, and what got you even interested in being activists.
Sure. I'll start with what got us interested in being activists. Justina's part of the story is the part that Marty's facing charges for, and so that's what's the most well known. But Marty's been an activist against institutional child abuse before we even heard about Justina. He heard about a school called Logan River Academy in Utah that one of my family members was kept at, and he said he looked into it and he said that's really dangerous. It's a behavior modification program or a residential treatment program in the troubled teen industry. If you haven't heard of that before, it's comparable to gay conversion camps, but you don't have to be gay. All you have to do is get the made-up title of a troubled teen. So basically, anyone whose parents are like don't want them to live at home.
Basically, any teen.
Right. Exactly. So the kids that do end up there are usually ones that might need the most love and kindness because they're having difficulties at home or because they're smoking pot, but they get sent to these places where the idea is to break kids down and then supposedly build them back up, but there's no building up process. And it's been pretty well documented in front of Congress. The Government Accountability Office held hearings and talked about some of the deaths and torture. One hearing, Greg Coots from the Government Accountability Office said, if somebody walked in the middle of my testimony and didn't know what I was talking about, they would think I was talking about torture in a third world country. But what I'm talking about is actually going on right here in America. So we were fighting that. That's our practice because like that's unacceptable and it's so underwhelming. So Marty built the site and did a petition. Fighting institutional abuse. Now about what drives me. One of the things I realized.
Dana, hold up 1 second.
Tyler, you got to mute.
We have Tyler. You got to mute the other account, brother.
Your clone.
There you go. All right, Dana, continue. Sorry about that.
Oh, no problem. One of the things I've realized through this journey is reality is up for the taking, and it's not written until it's written. There have been some really surprising outcomes, and it really just comes from taking action. Like I don't think anybody would have foreseen the latest Super Bowl results or the latest presidential election results or anything like that. But it really just comes from like practice, hard work, taking action. And when people tell you you can't do something, it's because it helps them. It's breaking someone down and telling them, not encouraging them, gives them power. So every time we take action, like, we're making a difference. We're making a stand. Like, reality is not written until it's written. And knowing that is very motivating because I don't feel, well, sometimes I do feel discouraged, but I also know that there's a lot of potential, that just because somebody tells me something doesn't make it so. It's going to be my actions that count.
Wow. Well, thank you very much, Dana, for being on tonight. Like I said, I know you can't stick around too long. You're more than welcome, obviously. But I think we're probably going to run from here. If you want to stick around, you're more than welcome. Is there anything you wanted to add before we? I don't want to say move on, but you brought up a lot of great topics that can certainly be discussed and looked into further.
Oh, sure. I know I can talk a lot. I didn't want to cut anybody off if anybody had any questions for me. If not, it's no problem, but I just wanted to put it out there.
Do you know how much it would cost to get a lawyer? Have you looked into what the costs are? I mean, you may not have any money, but what are the costs for something like this?
About $75,000.
Okay.
Depending on who you get, there's some pretty good Boston attorneys for $75,000. I spoke to the people that represented Aaron Swartz, and they want $1 million.
Oh my gosh.
So it can really vary, but I just caution anybody who gets a deal to be careful that you get what you pay for. That's just a word of caution.
Yeah, the only other thing I would add is I watched some other cases. Some of the guys they're sharp enough to represent themselves pro se. They'll keep their public defender and they keep him on what they call standby, so that he can be referred to if necessary. But they're really representing themselves. That's kind of the position your husband's going to be in here as well. Looks like. I mean, not all public defenders are bad. They're certainly not going to push the case like they should, but some of them, are decent enough where you can use them and actually be useful.
Yeah.
But keep them in what they call a standby.
Yeah.
Rather than as your defender.
Yeah. No, that's definitely a possibility. There's also something called CJA, Criminal Justice Panel. No, I forget what the A stands for, but they also have private attorneys that volunteer to take cases from the court, or they have to be a certain caliber, and that's another way to find an attorney.
Well, let's see.
Yeah.
And then all the donation links are all off your website page. You have PayPal set up and so forth. Okay.
Yeah, PayPal on it's on every page, and we also have a donate page. But if nobody has any other questions, thank you so much for having me. It's been great to talk to you guys. I really appreciate it, and for helping get Marty's message out there. Like I said, it's all about individuals' actions, and it's not over till it's over. So thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for being here.
Dana,
Yeah, thank you.
so much for being on here. And you know how to contact me now.
Yep.
So if you have any, if you need anything, you have any questions, you please feel free to contact me with anything, even just to talk and vent.
Thank you very much.
All right, dear. I'll talk to you soon.
Okay. Talk to you later. Bye.
All right. Wow, that was heavy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was good.
That was good.
I'm speechless, to be honest with you guys. That's pretty rare.
Yeah, I don't know what to follow up with.
Well, I've been where, in a similar situation, where I was fighting a case, for 13 years for what I thought was, was just, just my habit out of control. So I kind of understand, what he's going through. It's scary being on the other end, not knowing what's going on.
Yeah, it's definitely scary when you're just sitting in there and you're waiting to get a piece of mail or a letter to let you know what's even going on, because they're gonna blind you until you have that court date.
Pretty much, and my contact with the outside world was, guys helping me do a 3-way call by whistling into the phone so I could make a free phone call out to the right people. It was hard.
Yeah, it's definitely hard, and like George was saying, just even the price of commissary when you're incarcerated is outrageous.
Oh yeah, you're telling me it was $1.75 for a top ramen, and oh my gosh.
Yeah. I mean, and here in Virginia, even like in the county jails, it's more expensive than it is in the state institutions.
Yeah.
And I mean, I guess George is going to work on trying to find him some representation that's worth his weight, I would say. But the thing is that, I mean, the donations, I mean, I support it.
Well, yeah, I can, especially, I've seen GoFundMe's, go for, there was this one guy, I was checking GoFundMe a little while ago, and some guy had managed to raise $450,000 in one day. It can be done.
Right, and I generally have a huge issue with people raising money for situations, but this is one case that it's legitimate all across the board. Even if it is to help pay her bills, she's fighting a case for her husband. She's fighting a case for a good cause. She's fighting a case that we can all relate to, that any one of us could be there. We've all shared ops. We've all, been activists. So, that this could be any one of us in this situation at any given time. And, Dana and I do not talk often. Okay. We talked in the beginning, and she contacts me, in situations like she'll say, you help me get this out. And of course, I will. But I think what we need to understand is, and she did mention anonymous, and, they are anonymous. They are the epitome of anonymous, in my opinion. They have stood by the truth. They have stood by what's just. They have stood for the underdog, that they weren't even involved in. This isn't a personal issue for them. This is something their hearts believe in. And, to me, it doesn't get any better than that, man.
No, not at all. And the fact that she even addressed the issue that there were 5 other cases, I mean, it's not just one focused thing. This is a plague across the board.
Yeah, they're getting sued civilly also. Yeah, I mean, you can tell something's wrong, when you have that many people in it.
Yeah,
that many
definitely.
People fighting something like that. But the government does not, and these corporations, they do not like being held to account. They like to put themselves in some kind of priest class,
or above the rule, above us and the law.
Yeah, above the law. There you go. Yeah, and that's where they like it.
Right, and they have endless resources, which makes it even that more difficult.
Yeah, you see the same tactics too. They're holding them without bail,
or they'll put your bail. Your bail. Like one of my bails was almost $100,000. And it's like, I couldn't even get like 10% of that shit to get the bail. So I just stayed in jail. They put these these bails up so high for these stupid ass crimes.
Or even in her situation, don't even offer bail. or a bond, which is
Yeah, for a totally nonviolent crime.
exactly, which is completely mind-blowing. I mean, you see people getting $5 million bonds who are accused of murder. O.J. Simpson, let's use him as an example. Okay? Was accused of double murder and still walked free because he was able to reach his bond. And as Stephen said, you now have someone not even accused of a violent crime, but actually trying to do something good, and they won't even offer them a bail and bond.
Yeah, that's a classic due process violation there. You know, not that goes anywhere in today's world, but they just use all the dirty tricks.
How do they even justify that for nonviolent crime?
I don't think they have to.
Yeah, and there you go. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
there is no accountability.
Well, their justification is that he's probably he's a security threat to what's going on, and that's probably why they're trying to keep him in there.
Right, and I did want to say something, and I didn't want to say this while Dana was on, but for anyone who is thinking about repeating his actions, I would encourage against that. Not because I don't believe in it, but not to hurt his case and his cause.
Yeah.
I think the best thing that people can do, and as Dana said, is numbers. They need the letters. They need boots on the ground. They need their voices heard, and not to do the same tactics that he is being accused of at this rate. That, and again, would do more harm than good. So if you're thinking about, hey, for Marty, we're going to take down this house. No, I would highly suggest against it in this situation.
I don't know that she mentioned a court date or anything coming up. I forgot to ask her about that, when the next court dates and any hearings would be coming up.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I don't think she has mentioned it, but I do encourage everyone to follow the page of Marty G Twitter on what I think Sunday's Twitter Storm and the website, for all the updated information to keep it going on. She pretty much runs it all by herself. So, all the support, you can give her, and go down and, download those documents and write the people involved and, and really start making a difference. And it might seem small on some level, but I would like everyone to look at the bigger picture of this and the precedent it is setting for not only hacktivists, but for activists also. This is not something to be taken lightly. This is, could have huge ramifications across the board if convicted for something so small of an act, but so big of a cause.
Yeah, you notice the gagging of his defense as well. They tell you that you can't mention the person or the topic that you were how it all started. They don't even let you bring up a defense anymore.
We all know the reason.
In these kangaroo courts.
Right, they don't want the jury to be tainted by their emotions. Because of what they were doing was just, and at least in my opinion, and I think most people, with children would agree that, you can't do that. But at the same time, it's wrong because they're not giving all the facts. They're not giving, the truth behind the matter, and they're allowed to get away with it once again, as you said, Preston.
Yeah, that's a classic thing we're always running against. You can never bring up your redress of grievance to against the government. That's something that can never be said. It doesn't matter what you're protesting or what your activism involves. You don't get to bring that up as a defense, whether it's the DAPL pipeline or militia, Bundy Ranch, or any of these cyber, actions. It's the techniques are all the same, to gag your defense and to really disallow your defense. You can't bring it up. You can't use constitutional arguments.
You can't use constitutional arguments in court cases?
Yeah, there's in the Oregon action and Nevada that the judges just flat out say you cannot bring up the Constitution in this courtroom.
What?
Now, yeah, the judge swears an oath to it. Everybody swears. Yeah, but so if you try to say, well, hey, we were trying to exercise our, First Amendment rights. Here's the redress agreement. Well, you can't say that. It's just the snuffing and gagging of it all. So, but some of them are actually saying it. They're so brazen now. Do not bring up the Constitution in this courtroom. If you look up that in the Oregon or the Nevada case, you'll see it.
Holy shit.
Oh yeah,
that's crazy.
Somebody should have been fired.
They're done. They're done with you, man. I mean, this system's just they've crossed the line because they want to. They work for the government now. It's gone from a may convict or there's some kind of impartial referee to now you must convict and you work for the government, and we have this 98% conviction rate.
Well, they also get money every time somebody gets convicted.
Exactly, and that even goes for the public defenders. Like I was saying last show, they're not getting any money unless they get a conviction.
Yep.
Wow.
Well, regardless of whether you win the case or not, you're free or not, you're still paying. But they get more money while you're incarcerated, so you feed the system, you go to jail.
Yeah, and and it's all the Fed. It's all, whether she gets a lawyer or not, that money's still going to them, and because it's a self-feeding system, like you said, it's feeding it and feeding it and feeding it, and it's crazy that they're making somebody that is factually innocent based even on the story itself of what he's accused of doing. He's a hero in my eyes.
Agreed, and that's why I said to you, you want to live, there's no reason not to, put Aaron Swartz up there in your Bear, but if you want a real live hero, look at your Bear Browns and look at your Marty G's. They are, they stood their ground, and they stuck to their gut.
Oh yeah, what Aaron was charged was ridiculous. All he did was download the database from JSTOR. That was. And what they were going to charge him with, that was ridiculous.
Yeah, and he just wanted to be free. That was it. His knowledge is free.
Yeah.
It's really that simple. And if anybody who's been to college, knows the outrageous prices they charge for these textbooks. $250 for a fucking book, and that's being generous. And they upgrade them, on a regular basis for, different editions. So you have to keep buying them, and putting even the used bookstores out of business because of what they're doing, and that was what Aaron was trying to do, is make knowledge free.
And he also tried to buy them out and said that they offered them a price and they wanted $200 million.
So, but yes, Steven, I agree. He's definitely a hero, and Dana is certainly a heroine. Standing by and telling her story, whether it be to the Huffington Post, to RT, and now to Rolling Stone. She needs the support, and I applaud her for her strengths, and Marty's mom, who is just a doll.
Yeah, it's rough on them all the way around with that one. Especially with today, with not getting the bond. That's ridiculous to not let somebody go to a funeral.
Yeah, that's one of those.
For a nonviolent crime and agreeing to be on an ankle bracelet, which has proven effective numerous times and throughout judicial history.
Yeah, electric monitoring. They're gonna. Any attempt to get that thing off, you're done.
Yeah, exactly. The technology and the advances that have come is you just can't cut it off now.
No, because it goes off once you cut it off. It has a close circuit.
Yeah, it goes. Yeah, even if you anything.
Not that I would know or anything like that.
I'm there with you. I'm right there with you.
I was on it for 2 years, and I have no shame in admitting that.
One of my roommates was not only on the ankle bracelet, he was also on the nightly DUI blow-in the machine thing. It wasn't installed on his car. It was a landline that was installed onto a system where he has to blow into the thing manually in the house. I was like, well, I've never heard of this shit before, and he's like, well, it exists.
Right.
Well, yeah, and I mean, they even try to discourage you from that option. Like, they don't even want people to have that option anymore. Like, here, I had the alternative in my last jail sentence to do electronic monitoring, and it's like $500 a week.
Yeah, he was saying he was saying the system that he had was about they wanted like $1,000 to install the system into the place I was living at, and I was like, damn, dude.
Yeah, and that goes right.
Yeah,
back
and
to money.
and they double your sentence for it.
Yeah, and that goes right back to money, and it goes right back to what Trump is trying to put back is pay-to-play prisons.
Oh my gosh.
Exactly.
You know, which, and I'm not a huge fan of Obama because, fuck all leaders, but, at least Obama was trying to at least give the illusion of putting some sort of regulations on pay-to-play prisons, and Trump wants to get rid of those regulations as well. And I'm not sure who brought that up, whether it's Preston, Stephen, or Tyler, but, that is a perfect example of, they're making money as long as he sits there.
Yeah, there was I was living in another sober living home where, the guy told me about that, pay as you go prison or something, and he had to pay like $100 a night. He would just go down to the local jail, and he would leave at like 6 a.m., had to be back before 10 a.m., go to work, but still like doing 100 days at $100 a night. That's expensive. That starts adding up real quick.
Well, you got to be bringing in some money for that. That's huge.
He had money.
So anyhow, but yeah, again, I think this is a fascinating case, and I'd like to thank Tyler for offering her to come on and giving her the opportunity to spread her message, because I don't think it's only a message about Marty. I think it's a great message to everyone who questions what they're doing, who wants to get involved in activism, to see real people, hear real people, not just memes, not just, writings, but actual people who are still standing by their guns and what they truly believe. And that is the heart of activism and hacktivism.
Yeah. Where's Rose?
I've seen her appear and disappear. I think she's taking a troll problem right now at the moment.
Do you want to talk?
He might have left. He might have left. I didn't see him in there last time I was in there.
Yeah, I kind of saw what happened, and I'll talk to you later about that.
Oh, talk to me about that later?
Yeah. I don't know.
Well, everybody needs to understand, and I talked about this before, is, my whole reasoning is I align with nobody except the message.
It's not that, but I know I kind of got a gist of what's going on, and it's complicated.
Oh, I'm sure it is. It is complicated, but you guys are good guys, and you guys do a great show, and you allow me to get a message out, and I will always appreciate it, and I respect anyone who does that.
Yeah. Yeah. Another thing that was coming up is that we get a lot of messages about how to join Anonymous, a lot. And George, you want to fill them in on this one?
I almost went on, dude. Well, if anybody knows, I did have I actually got into it with somebody yesterday. We won't say who to give them any more things, but, we kind of got in under each other's skins yesterday. And what I did notice a lot of yesterday, for whatever reason, I don't know the moon's not full today, but everyone was quitting Anonymous yesterday. Everybody was quitting Anonymous. And, for anybody listening to this show, look, man, Anonymous comes from the heart. It comes from the spirit. It comes from the soul. There is no leaving. There is no joining. Yes. Did I hang up my mask? Of course. Am I anonymous? I can't make that decision. Only other people can make that decision. And if you want to be anonymous, that's you. If you're an activist, and you're a freedom fighter, and you stand up for for what's just in humanity, in my opinion, you are anonymous. Whether the title, whether the mask, or whether anyone says you are or you aren't, okay? Because anonymous is really about, you can call it a freedom fighter. Could have been any name. It could have been, the mask could have been called Fred, and there's no membership.
Yeah, there's no to all the guests. There is no official form. I'll give you a fake one, but
well, as long as you send us your ID,
yeah, as long as yeah. So essentially, there is no joining anonymous. If you if you adopt our values, and you stand up for truth and freedom, and you want to make change in the world, and then pretty much you're anonymous.
It's really simple.
Yeah, as we always say, it's not a group; it's an idea.
Exactly.
And that's pretty much where it falls into. I mean, I'm one of the ones, and I'm playing to admit it. I was messaging everybody. How do I do this? How do I do this? And the simple reply is, well, how do you feel? And I explained it, and I'm anonymous. And that goes for anybody. As long as you share those ideals, and it's a true belief, and you're not just doing it, as a fad or to fit in or
to get laid.
Yeah, to get laid. Yeah.
I'll tell you what. You get involved in some of the operations, you will have no time for that.
Well, you know what? Actually,
yeah.
I have
a
the reason
Don't look at me like that.
And I have a funny story about that, actually, because I was talking to somebody last night, and they actually told me a woman messaged them and gave them their address. Okay, and she said, "Wear your mask. I'll leave the door open, and come meet me." And so, so if you're single out there, heck, I'll get your address. But kidding. But I think Stephen said it. And Stephen, thank you very much for being humble and admitting that was you. I think that's awesome, dude. And I mean that. That a lot of people won't admit that they were that person.
How does one join?
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, I was hitting Tyler up pretty often. Him and Matt, I think they got tired of me.
But that's cool though, man. I think it's very humble of you and very honest of you to admit that, because I don't think a lot of people out there will. But get back to it, and just like there's no quitting anonymous, man. Your heart is what it is, and you can. I guess what Preston was saying, it took him 30 years to wake up. However, I have a feeling in his heart he knew something was wrong all along, and it just took something to bring it out and to stand up. And for some people, they have their entire lives. Some people, it's personal, and they start going down the rabbit hole, and they get more involved and get away from the personal aspect of it. And for others, they may never come around. But, that's what we're here for.
Yeah, and another thing I wanted to touch on was, operations. If you guys feel like it's a just cause, and you guys want to get started on an operation, go ahead and start it. We definitely need more out there for more causes. If you guys don't know what you're doing, don't be scared to ask around or somebody who knows kind of a little more than you. I would always suggest try and keep the chatter off of Facebook onto some more secure platforms. There are a ton of resources to communicate that would be a little, a lot safer than having operation on Facebook as far as communications, and you don't have to deal with those "I got mad at you and deleted you off of a chat server" on some of these platforms.
Right. And Tyler, are you finished? Because I want to expand on that when you're finished.
Yeah, go ahead.
And if you are starting an operation, and I think the operations Tyler's talking about is operations that could end up with you facing criminal charges. Facebook is definitely not the place for that. There is IRC, which I personally am not a fan of for operations, only because I know it's been compromised. But Jabber is still good. Discord is still good. Wicker I'm a huge proponent of Wicker. You can do group chats there. If you don't have it, get it. It's still encrypted. It's beautifully done. No metadata is saved. So if you're not using that, use that. But on the other part of it, if you're not, let's say, hacktivist, okay, and I think that's more or less, Tyler, what you might be talking about is to keep secure.
Yeah.
Okay. If you are the activist part of Anonymous or just an activist, Facebook is a good platform to use that to get your message out. But what I also would like to suggest, and these are only suggestions, so please, don't take it the wrong way. Try and plan at least 3 months ahead. Okay, you don't. If you start an operation and you expect a huge turnout within a week, the chances are good that it's going to fail. I'm not saying it will fail, but the success rate won't be as good as if you build up a following. Make sure you put a clear and concise message out to your op. You just, if you're going to start an op saying, op Fred, to change the name of Anonymous, let's say, to Fred, it's not going to happen overnight. You have to build up, and you have to have a very clear goal. And that's where I personally have seen over the years with Anonymous, people are coming up with these ops without actually discussing with anyone else.
I've had ops that have just failed utterly because we had no clear idea, only a clear justification.
Exactly.
we don't know. We don't know.
What's the goal?
We don't know how we're gonna get there, but we're gonna do this.
Right. Right. And like I said, Tyler, you and I have been doing this for a while, and we've worked together in the past. And you've seen success and you've seen failure just as I have. And it is about the planning stages and having a clear, concise goal, and also getting a team together that is very trustworthy. And you're going to have, hits and failures. And I'm going to use Op Love as an example, because when we first started Op Love, it was actually back in 2013. It kind of faded into the dark, and we rejuvenated it again back in 2016, and it was hijacked. But we didn't quit. We didn't give in. We removed the person who hijacked it, and we started over. And again, we're building up a good team. And, people ask me what the objective is, and I said spread love and awareness throughout the world regardless. It's really that simple. So make sure you have an objective. Make sure you have trusted people that you're working with. Make sure you give adequate notice to the operation. And that's a lot of the mistakes that I see happening, where you have people saying, oh, there hasn't been a good op since Op Icarus. And that's not true. A lot of them are quiet.
And they're underground.
Yeah, a lot of them aren't just advertised the way Icarus was advertised and promoted. So they're, that's false. But the reason they're successful is because there's a team together that is working diligently, making sure, it runs smoothly. So, that's my input on, starting and running an op.
Yeah, I don't want to put these guys under the bus, but because I've had failed ops and I've talked about them before, and I believe there was these kids, and God bless them, they had a great idea. It was they're going to revamp op media blackout, but they were going to do it a cyber way. And then they had everything. They were putting out all the IPs out there, and when push came to shove, I think that they didn't have the technical capabilities to do what they wanted to do, and they kind of disappeared, and then they came back with this weird story, But if you have ops like that, don't be afraid to ask around. No, nobody's gonna tell you this is how you do this, and and commit a felony. You're gonna have to learn a lot of it on your own, but somebody will point you in the right direction.
Right, but again, it takes time. You're not just gonna a lot of times there are votes, to allow certain people into an op if no one knows them, and you have to understand if you vouch for somebody, you're held accountable. It's that simple. And but if you don't have, I'm sorry, but if you don't have the technological skills, you might not want to start an op that involves, taking down websites or defacing a website or, whatever it may be, or mining or a raid. You have to probably have some skills, because if you don't, you will be questioned for your motives. Am I wrong on that?
Well, yeah, LOIC is not going to cut it this day and age. In fact, if you use LOIC, you're probably going to get caught really quick.
And you're going to put everyone else in jeopardy.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
There's very few people I would commit a felony for. All right. So, so if you start an op like we'll say Op Icarus, if you start an op like Op Icarus and you're not participating, you're going to have a lot of questions, about your motives, because personally, again, I'm not going to. There's very, very few people I would commit a felony for in this world.
Exactly.
So, just be smart. And again, I'm glad, if you're out there and you're passionate, beautiful. I love you. Keep being passionate. Don't give up. Don't quit. I've had many failures. I've had some successes. And, it just stick to what you're doing. And don't give up. And Steven's a great example. I'm sure he was laughed at by Tyler and mad at first. Like, who is this guy?
Yeah.
But Steven's.
Oh, wait until Jay plainly Jay was quite humorous about it as well.
To give me your ID, and you can join Anonymous.
Yeah.
But what? Steven, you stuck around though, man, and you have been, obviously you're learning, and you listened, most importantly, and I'm sure these gentlemen, well, I don't know if they're actually gentlemen, Tyler, sorry, but these guys guided you and you listened, man. So again, props to you, for taking that guidance without being like, oh, look at these leader fags trying to tell me to do this, tell me to do that. You listened, and and you're following in the path that they set you, and they showed you the door, and you walked through it.
Yeah, and that's what I was getting ready to say. When I first started asking around, some people didn't reply, or certain pages were not official. We'll just put it that way. But man, if you're looking to become something that truly matters, you can't give up. You got to annoy somebody, and then eventually, just network. It's networking. It's just as simple as that. Network, put your name out there, discuss your ideals. With me, I was asked, well, what do you want to accomplish? And you really got to think about that. It's just like with starting an op. You've got to really think about, is this something that you want to dedicate your time to? Are you going to be able to truly uphold the ideals and dedicate your time?
Yeah, well, that is important. And like you said, and look, we do come around. I'm probably the worst at replying to messages, but
so am I. I get like if I don't check my Messenger or my Facebook, like if I leave it alone for a day, I will literally have like 1,000 messages.
Yeah, so I'm really bad at it, but it doesn't mean I don't care. It's just Messenger.
They get buried.
Yeah, and it's not. I'm sorry, but a lot of times it's not my priority. I love teaching, but I teach openly. I learn openly, and as Tyler knows, I talk very openly. I would rather talk under a thread, a decent thread, and keep the thread going and keeping in people's feeds, and have everything open than talk behind closed doors. But that's just my style. And if someone comes to me for help publicly, I'm going to throw Ruby out there under the bus. I've known Ruby. She came to me talking about, because I'm very open about my recovery. And, she's like, how did you start recovery and blah, blah, blah. And we had a great conversation under a thread. And, I guess you could say she said it, so I'll accept it. I'm her mentor when it comes to that. So a lot of us are reachable. and it's not even that we want you to prove yourself. Sometimes you honestly do get lost, and it's not on purpose, as Tyler was saying. You know, I can turn on my messenger, and I probably have 96 to 150 unread messages for the sole reason that I'm not a big messenger. If you want to talk, do it openly and learn to humble yourself. Learn to ask questions in the open. I personally will not mock you, and if someone does mock you, I'll either come to your defense and say, "Hey, chill." This person at least, it helps remove the ego when you're in the open, guys and girls.
Yeah.
Wow, that was a good topic, Tyler. And Rose is going to join us. She's I guess she's doing something, but she said she is going to join.
Oh, she is?
Yeah.
I had to silence my notifications. And
so
she got people over or something like that.
Yeah, something like that. I don't want to throw that out, but apparently Rose does have friends.
Sorry, I always laugh at like the most awkward moment.
All right, Rose, we made it public. You have friends. No, I'm not sure about Preston. Preston is yet to admit having friends.
All my friends are digital, but if I ever get locked out of my my Facebook, to identify your friends, they all got masks or icons.
Oh, that's one reason I don't use too many socks anymore. Is I got so frustrated with that, because how when they used to ask you to identify your friends, they would just ask you to identify the profile picture.
I'm not familiar with that at all.
Huh? Well, when you got locked out of your account, all they would do is ask you to identify, someone's profile picture, which, you have a 50-50 shot if you pay attention and you're on, you're online. But now they've started including the people's posts and pictures.
What?
Yeah.
Dude, it's nuts. It's like, if you're not like obsessed or a stalker, it's not easy, man.
I mean, what happened to the pictures of identifying pictures with grass in them?
Well, if you didn't see it, then Facebook won't let you back in.
It's really that simple, man. If someone takes a picture of their dog licking their nuts and you didn't see it, and you don't know whose dogs lick their nuts, then you're not getting on.
It's only a matter of time before they catch on to VoIP numbers for registering accounts. And then they'll take that away.
I think they are slowly working on that algorithm. If because it seems to be in the test phase, to be honest with you, Tyler.
Well, I kind of figured out how that whole system works when I was fucking around with like an SMS script. So I'm like, so they're reaching into carrier networks and diving in a database and figuring out if that number registers to a known carrier. If it doesn't, then they automatically deny it.
Yep.
Oh my God.
And even with me, the last couple days, if I share something, and everybody knows I share a lot to a lot of groups, a lot of pages, and if after I'm done sharing, if I go to try and share something else, I am not allowed to share until I change my IP.
Wow.
So it's just freaky. I'm telling I was explaining that to my wife, and she's like, "What?" I'm like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Can I log into your account? I need to share something." Because I didn't feel like changing my IP. It was just something real quick. But yeah, I had to change my IP pretty much, consistently now, and I just leave my changer on for the most part.
I think the only time they've ever locked me out of my account when with IPs is when I remember, Facebook still has it, but I remember like when Facebook was kind of advertising that they had a Tor login.
Mm-hmm.
So I logged in in Tor, and I happened to get like one of those Tor circuit. My IP was based in China, so then I was like kind of like technically not like as good as I am now. So I was like, oh fuck, I fucking locked myself out of fucking Facebook. What the fuck do I do?
Oh, that's awesome, because you got Chinese, didn't you? Yeah. I don't know. I don't even know if they still even use it anymore, because it's such a joke. But that was awesome, because I always work behind the curtain too. I always work in either Ukraine, Russia, China. So that's how I can.
But all the Facebook servers are completely fucking different. At least
they are. They're nuts.
Yeah, and India seems to have like the least amount of security, from what I've seen.
Right. Well, do you want to touch on that, what we talked about in the pre-show about, since we're going to different countries and the formats, and some of the laws that are going through and the different countries that are passing encryption laws, and how the US...
Oh yeah. So I wasn't like totally like informed on it, but like apparently, I was told that your internet service provider is now using IQX or something like that, and so it doesn't matter.
IPS, yeah.
IPS, yeah. So it doesn't matter whether you're using Tor or a VPN. Your internet service provider is now monitoring what you're doing. And I've known about the VPN thing for a long time, but I wasn't really aware that Tor was also included in that. And another thing is that we were also talking about, Chris was talking to me about was your browser data is now open. It's up for sale or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it is your browsing history based on your ISP is now for sale to the highest bidder. And they're going to claim it's for quote unquote marketing reasons.
Oh, that's a bunch of baloney.
But I think we all know, I'm sure there's some truth to that, obviously. So if you start getting, mail to all those porn sites, which would be a great one. I saw it as one of the greatest April Fool's jokes would be when someone goes on Pornhub to deface Pornhub and say, "This has been shared to Facebook. Thank you."
Oh, like the shit I've seen on Pornhub is so funny. Like I've seen guys, those funny pictures where guys are seriously asking real technical questions on like the Pornhub and nobody gives a shit.
Oh my goodness. But your amount of privacy, as most of us know, your privacy is pretty much dead anyhow. For some people, you can still keep it.
Yeah, I was going to say that, IP version 4 and, DARPA, when they invented Defense Aerospace and Research Project Administration, when they were, inventing the protocols that were the backbone of the internet, security and privacy was never included in any of that shit. In fact, it's now just become an issue, within the last 15 years, but the IP version 4 is fucking old, But there was a lot of protocols that were kind of like they were gonna be hypothetically that were gonna work, but IP version 4 was the one that won.
Right, and the privacy, even no matter what you use in your privacy, again, you can always be tracked by your provider, and people have to understand that. Regardless, if you that's use your Wi-Fi. Even if you use your Wi-Fi, unless you're at a pawn shop, you're going to be tracked. So if you're, in the technical field, go to a pawn shop, pick up a $50 laptop, strip it, make it bare bones, and rebuild it, and start over. Every system comes with it. And there's really not a damn thing you can do about it. If they want you, they're going to find you. But this new law is an absolute disgrace, to all internet freedom, and to anybody who, like I said, even just browses. All your history is now readily available. People are going to start getting things, flyers in the thing for, oh, I see you like Pornhub. Why don't you come join our site?
So is the browser is sending back data to somewhere else, or is this the internet service provider like saving it?
It's being saved. Yeah, the metadata is being saved to your provider, and it can be bought.
Oh, that's fucked up.
And
I've seen some wording in these new like the NSA docs and so forth, where they claim they are tracking all IP addresses. So whether it would come through a internet service provider, that of course would be happening. They're tracking everything. So
Well,
whether or not
this is something that we fought against with CISPA and SOPA and PIPA, and it's just like one after the other. It's only what the government wants and what all governments want is to track and log and know what you're doing on the internet, because it is another form of control that they can do immediately. And and it's gotten to the point, I2P was a solution, was kind of a solution for that. It was supposed to be. It wasn't used as a messaging format. It was supposed to be another internet. Now, has it ever hit off since, the I2P has been around since like 1994? It was invented. It was, I believe, it was started in Norway. No, it has never hit it, but it is. But does it have potential? Probably not, because what you max out at like what 30K BPS or some shit. So, it's gotten to the point, where, the internet has become, just another place for domination and control for the government. Am I wrong?
I mean, I don't think you are. I mean, like George was saying, I mean, if they want you, no matter what, they're going to get you.
True that.
Yeah, it's another one of these instances. It's like when you're told you have all these constitutional rights, and then the moment you try to exercise them, you find yourself in jail. You're an activist or something and protest. Next thing you're in jail. It's that kind of revelation. The truth is, it's probably been going on the whole time. In the electronic world, they were doing all this, and now they're just kind of letting you know, and now you're realizing, oh yeah, my privacy in that realm is gone, just like it is in the real world. It's
right. Well, it's also,
because you say it's a reflection of the same thing, same problems.
Right, and then, to me, this is just more about money in this particular situation, because they're already charging you to use their service.
Yeah.
All right, and now they're going, now they're going to charge you. Now they're going to make more money off of you from your life experiences.
Yeah, and didn't data charging, which I've always been against. Data charging since they started. I believe it was AT&T started that whole fucking shebang when back in the Motorola days. Or no, it was a merger after Singular and AT&T when the smartphone started coming out. That's when I started. I think that was the spawn of charging for data. But you'd be surprised, like even your own internet service provider, you think you have maximum upload and download, you don't, and they charge you for it. I don't even understand. I don't understand the charging for data, because it really doesn't take any more resources to send the data back and forth once the equipment has already been paid off.
Right. Well, and since there is that price war, that maybe that is another reason why that Trump passed this and signed off on it, is because of the price wars going on right now between data and data, whatever you say it, and they need to make their money. And if this doesn't, everyone's saying Trump is draining the swamp, no, he's not. He's just feeding all of his corporate interests.
Yeah. Remember when he was going to talk about how to secure the internet? He was talking about, well, we're going to call Bill Gates and we're going to solve this shit. And blah, blah, blah. And I'm just like, yeah, that's not how it works.
No, he has no.
He has no fucking clue.
He's a businessman, but he's clueless on pretty much most topics except business. And I really don't think he does understand the repercussions of all of his actions.
No, he doesn't, and he's got a Twitter too. I think he's the only president that's ever had a Twitter.
It's scary. It really is.
I wonder if he has like this like guidance counselor on like monitoring what he should and shouldn't say. He's like, okay, you really shouldn't say I'm gonna kill everybody today. You really shouldn't tweet that.
I don't know who. I know he did have a handler at one time. He's calmed down, but it seems to be late at night when his handler is asleep that he goes on his little rant. And not that I'm against it, but when they're investing obviously his Russian ties, and I don't have any. I did some research on it. I can't find any proof of this, but someone said Flynn is actually flipping.
Well, he's claiming he wants immunity for like telling what he knows. That was just the Wall Street Journal.
Was that
Just a few
today?
hours
Was that
ago.
today, Preston? That happened?
That was late today. And I'm like, well, he was working with Obama for more. I mean, he might be dishing the dirt on Obama, not Trump. You know, that's kind of an ambiguous there. I mean, he worked for them for years.
Right. So we're not quite sure what he's seeking immunity for.
Right. That's it. But they're in trouble. You know, they're getting caught having surveilled Trump. You know, this goes back into Bush years, 2004. Obama ramped it up to the whole family, and that was one of the things I was going to talk about. There's another little fuckery that goes along with that is not only were they surveilling him, but that's just where they loaded that malware with the Cyrillic text and all in, you know, to make it look like it's Russians. That was planted by their surveillance. Purposely planted.
Any intelligent person knows that. Unfortunately, there's not. You know,
No, I just assumed the whole incident never happened. They were making it up.
No. That's I've dug into some of these Vault 7s, and I've run across a couple others that are interesting. But that was one that relates, you know, directly to these Senate hearings and all. Is just like they're not, the Democrats aren't getting that they've been caught. The last regime got caught doing all this, and that they're the Nixons, not Trump. They're not smart enough and haven't figured out where this is going yet. And that instead of them thinking, hey, we've caught Trump, they've actually been caught. And they're in this huge, they call it fake news, but propaganda mode, trying to flip the narrative, and it's not going to work.
Well, no, because it's not. I'm kind of torn on that. Only because so many of the people, even though they claim, I guess 60% of the people know it's, you know, don't trust the news outlets. Those same 60%, 50% of them are still watching it.
Yeah.
And you can't help but absorb that information without, I don't want to say believing it, but at least without it sitting in there and having you question it. But most people don't even want to question it. They just say, you know, oh, that's fake. But again, the seed has been planted, and therefore when they aren't consciously aware or they're in a discussion and it gets heated, they'll just start blurting it out, even though they said they don't believe it, just to prove their point and win their argument in their mind. But you know, surveillance. You know, well, again, surveillance has been going on, like you said, Preston, and it wasn't. You know, it wasn't just Obama. It wasn't just Bush. You know, they've always had surveillance on one another. You know.
Yeah, but a lot of what they're doing is constitutionally illegal.
Yeah, they're the one. Yeah, it's manipulation of the elections.
This actually stems. You know, the manipulation, unconstitutional surveillance. If you know about the history of the FBI and how fucked up they've been, go back into the early days, even before Kennedy and the FBI, and some of the stuff that I've heard over the time is that this is something that's been going on for a long time. You know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just expanded and weaponized and now gone into the cyber, but it's all the same techniques of breaking you down.
Well, it's unconstitutional.
Screwing up the message,
it's unconstitutional, half the shit that they do. You know, the FBI, back in the Kennedy administration, we're doing all sorts of crazy shit, like blackmailing people, you know, telling the people to shut the fuck up, or they would post pictures of them to their wives, saying that they have been having affairs with so and so. Serious, like I'm fucking serious. Shit like that has been going on.
Yeah, the same manipulation. There was different techniques when it was, newspaper world, before, radio, before TV. I mean, but all the techniques are there. I mean, this goes way back, and they've just expanded on all of them and brought them into the new. The electronic world. That's what you're seeing, all the laws. It's like the coding of the criminality and institutionalizing of it is what you're seeing now. It's like, well, they're just telling you, hey, here's a bill for this. They're telling you how it's going to be. There's nothing constitutional about any of that. It's all against the Fourth Amendment.
Well, now they have their stupid little programs embedded into our network interface cards and Is from Vault 7? Are they in the chipsets as well?
Oh no, I've known that from way back. Yeah, no, it's Intel builds backdoors into the chips. All chip makers do. And there's only so many of them. And there's not many of them. So yeah, it's all, whether or not you have an app that you think's going around it, there's other things available behind the scenes through the chips.
Okay.
Intel would know. See, that's the thing. You mean, at that level, board level, and so you're running these like executive software. You're not even, even Symantec or all these software makers, they wouldn't have to know that. You're talking about, the guys who really can get through systems the easy way on top, just, through other means that we'll never hear of. Other abilities.
Now, has any of the manufacturers done anything to reverse what we've discovered yet? I've only found a few programs that have had to completely rewrite it after finding out some of this stuff.
For some reason, they say Cisco isn't reacting to it. They have a bunch of vulnerabilities, but they're not worried about it, not doing anything about it. Yeah, I don't know.
I know Notepad++ had to, at least what I was reading, that they had to completely rewrite it because apparently that was something up with that. What the hell?
Yeah, which you don't. You rarely hear about this, but one thing that's going on with like military electronics is more and more of it is using foreign-made chipsets, like say from China, with Israeli software on it that goes into ships that that we operate. But I mean, is that really where you want to be? I mean, do you really want to be relying on Chinese chips and Israeli software? I mean, give me a break, man.
Well, some of the stuff the Israelis have as far as military cyber applications are kind of ahead of its time, and at least from some of the stuff that I've heard about,
Right. There's a vulnerability there. That's why you always usually went through domestic contractors and that you could keep an eye on and better track of. You never would have heard about that in the 80s or 90s. There's no way. Now they do it. You see even that with the sourcing of parts, you have this global environment. But what happens when you're truly at war and you need all these parts from foreign manufacturers? Well, you're pretty much screwed. It's a bad plan.
Is there anyone who could interact with people so I can sign out?
No, what's going on, Tyler? For all the listeners, they're complaining that we're not interacting with them enough.
And
what I was going to say is, if there's anyone that's in the Google Hangouts chat that's not on the panel tonight, that can go interact with some of them, I think. So that's what they're asking for. And I said, if no one wants to do it, that's in the chat, I'll be happy to hang up. Goodbye. I really, I didn't plan on being on today, but since it was Dana, I wanted her to be more comfortable with someone she knew. So I'll be more than happy to go interact with them. I love listening to you guys, and we're also being told we're old. Okay, we're not that old. All right, so fuck off. We are not your dad's age, Barbara. So kiss my ass, hon.
Yeah, I'm the old man, and I'm only 53. I mean, you guys are youngsters, man.
We're a good balance. Look at it that way, Barbara. There's where some of us are. I'm around, Preston's age, but Tyler's much younger, and so is Steve. And so, we have a very nice balance today, and hopefully Rose will come on. But, Tyler, what's your thoughts? You want me to sign out and say goodnight? Like you guys are having a great discussion, and I'll go interact.
I can interact while I'm talking. I just didn't know that that people were complaining.
Well, I know before you guys were doing a great job of it. I know Jay was doing a really good job of it, and the other person was doing a great job of it. So if we can interact with them, I think that it would help. I disappeared for a little bit so I could blast it again. I've been trying to do that regularly. So if you notice at the beginning of the show, we always have a lot of listeners, or you guys do, and then towards the middle of the show and the end of the show, they start leaving because the post is getting buried under so many posts within the groups and pages. So I've been trying to blast every hour or two and keep the viewership go. So if you want to interact with them, and I'll stay on the panel tonight, that's cool.
Okay, I'm interacting with them now.
Oh yeah, they're in a mood tonight, man. They're in a mood. Warning. And Ruby, I love you, dear. I didn't. If you asked whether or not you should, sit back and learn, and that's up to you. If you're, if you want to sit back, there's some great people on this panel, that you can learn from, and you can also interact with the people in the comments. There's some. Angie's really cool. I don't know if Candace is listening today, or she's also very nice and someone to network with, and so there's, I would say, interact with each other in the comments as well, and start networking. Start sending each other friend requests. If you don't like them, then you freaking unfriend them and get rid of them. It's really that easy. It's not like they know where you live and they can knock on your door and ask you for a cup of sugar or $5. So,
Well, I know a couple people that have been commenting personally, so they can knock on my door and ask for sugar.
Oh, I'm sorry about that, man. Most of the people I know, I don't want knocking on my door. And yes, Kenyon, that includes you. Stay away.
Why they should restart the app. I mean, I guess it's to get rid of the comments.
I was talking to Barbara, and apparently I didn't reply, but I forgot that because I'm in a mode where I'm in manager mode where you can reply in a thread. So it looks like a thread, but when you look live time, it just looks like a common thing. Like it's another thing. So I just my bad. I forgot to clarify on that.
Are there any questions tonight, Tyler, that people want to ask?
Let me see. Are there any questions out there? Who is a veteran in here? Not me.
On the panel? Is that for the panel, or is that for
That's one of the questions.
I got kicked out after 6 months, but does that count?
Ditto.
Is that an anonymous veteran or a veteran of the United States? I mean,
yeah, there you go. That's a good question. I mean,
I thought he was talking about military. Wow. I mean, I tried to join, and then I didn't pass MEPS, so that was that. So
I didn't take orders. I was the one that they couldn't break, and I was like, "No, I'm not going to listen to your orders. Sorry, I can't do that. It's not my style."
Liam Polger, I need VPNs. How do I get one? Go to OpenVPN.
There you go. There's some great VPNs depending on whether you have the money. If you want to spend the money, I would say use Dime. Go to Dime. They have some great stuff. Freedom is also another wonderful one. It's FREEDOME, Freedom. It's awesome. I love it personally. I still think it's one of the most secure. And if you're a cheap fucker, use BetterNet, or like you said, go to open source VPN and have your choice and just do your research before you get a VPN. Don't just jump onto any old VPN.
Make sure that you choose a VPN that doesn't have logs.
Doesn't support metadata.
And then also PPTP. You have a lot more play with PPTP type VPNs than does the OpenVPN protocol, but you are less secure on a PPTP VPN. I found that out the hard way. And if you're going to be using VPNs, and I found this out by being a retard, is that so check this shit out. So by default on a lot of internet service providers and routers, if you have IP version 6 on, it'll actually it'll actually keep on displaying your IP version 6 despite either having your VPN on IP version 4. I found that out the fucking hard way.
Well, but that's not a bad thing. I mean, that's not a bad thing, and that's so whoever asked that question, I guess Liam. You know, you really experiment with stuff, and you'll find out what best suits your need. Just like everybody, you know, has a preference to their terminal, their operating system, and what they choose to use. It really varies on preference, your needs, and what you're trying to do. You know, if you know, there's really no need for an encryption unless you need it. You know, I mean, if you're just, you know, and define need. I mean, if you're sending dick pics, then maybe you want to have encryption. So, you know, but you know, if you're,
I think we've lost them with all the technical talk.
Yeah, we will do that. That's one thing that does happen. I've noticed on shows.
Well, you know, I mean, you know, I get a lot of you know, requests on, you know, like kids wanting to be, you know, like teach me how to hack or teach me how to do this, and you know, all the resources you guys want to find are on the internet. And you know, like if you're like me and who's like extremely ADD, has trouble reading, there are tons of videos.
But you're also a geek, so
yeah, I know. I have a degree in information technology, but it's there are tons of videos out there, like anything from basic programming. You know, there's learnpython.org. It's I believe it's completely interactive, and you know, you don't get good at computers overnight. It takes a little bit of reading and a little bit of you know, hands-on experience. You know.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, even there's tons of Hacker Forum is very interactive. And what I would say again is just be careful if someone sends you a link, because there's a lot of people who are phishing who want to know who you are.
Or they got or they're using you know, even how should I say, there's ways of making websites without really having a website there.
Right. Yes, exactly.
Yes, exactly.
A honeypot.
Yeah.
And so, you know, watch out for your honeypots, and also watch out for anybody, because you're going to have people, you know, offer to charge you. And if you have to pay for, you know, certain stuff, you know, stay away for the most part, because most likely they have a honeypot in there somewhere, and you're just getting scammed. But if you wanted to get into computers, you want to get into coding. My suggestion: always start with C++, and if you have to, begin with, you know, the C++ for dummies. It's, you know, but once you get C++ down, that really is your basic, and you can move up from there, up to Perl, whatever your preference is, from what suits whatever suits your needs. You know, I prefer Arc.
Yeah, I would always tell people to start, you know, out with you know, some easier languages than C++ though.
Well, I think C++.
Yeah. I mean, he recommended Python.
Yeah.
When I first subject.
Yeah, I thought Python's a little easier for some people, just to even get the hang of, you know, any type of like coding and stuff like that.
Well, I guess my reasoning is C++ lays the foundation, while Python is actually pretty specific. And it's hard to move once you're in Python. It's hard to not hard, but it's not as easy to transfer that to other languages.
True that.
You know what I mean? So, but in C++ you can transfer. Python you can also transfer, and it is beautiful. But you know, once you have the basic knowledge, which in my opinion is C++, you start from there and, you know, move along. But any non-technical
yeah, I was gonna say.
I mean, we got people. I mean, there's people talking about it just being computer oriented. I do want to iterate that not all of the ops are from behind a keyboard.
No, yeah, that is true. And a good example of that was George will know, was the Occupy Wall Street movement, if I'm not mistaken. Yep.
That was beautiful. And you know, people. I'm not going to go on that subject. I'll stay away from that. But I'm not going to go there tonight. Sorry. I don't want controversy. You guys are comfortable with me, and I enjoy being on your show. But you know, the Occupy Wall Street was a great example. And for more present day, and we'll keep this anonymous, affiliated, OpSafe Winter, a beautiful op that is not computer You know, you don't have to be computer literate to go out and give out food to the homeless, to collect donations from your neighbors, to, you know, that's one of those things that Facebook has been wonderful for. Same with Twitter, that to get that message out there for all you activists. Not that, you know, there hasn't been situations where OpSafe Winter has gotten involved with the keyboard warriors, but at the same time, it is an operation that's ongoing, has been ongoing. I want to say since 2013, OpSafe Winter pretty much got its foundation. If you're still listening, Kara, maybe you could correct me on that, but I think I know you've been involved since at least 2013. So that's something that you can do. And if you're disabled, and, you know, I hear that a lot, you know, there's still stuff you can do. You can just, you know, go around Facebook and put in hashtag OpSafeWinter, gather it all, put it in a notepad, and put it and just start blasting it to all the different pages so people can find the Operation Safe Winter in their area. Same with Operation Park Feed. I think I wish I remember who's trying to start it, but someone's trying to start an Park Feed. For everybody who doesn't know what that does, Operation Park Feed was started down in Texas because you are not allowed to feed the homeless in Texas. And so what they do is they have a picnic, and it's a picnic for everybody. So that's how they kind of get around that. And that's the kind of stuff that, you know, people do need help with. And organizing that. A lot of the pages you'll see, especially Operation Safe Winter, we have an ongoing and ever-growing list of different states, regions, countries that are participating in OpSafe Winter. You can click on it and you just look for, you know, your region, your area. And we'll always need organizers, people who have ADD like Tyler, to, you know, get a notepad together for us. You know, and so there's so much people can do that, you know, can't get out, that, you know, don't have the time. Even while you're listening to the show, you can actually minimize this show and, you know, start doing that stuff now. You can, you know, share the show out. You know, and a lot of people say, oh, I shared the show. Yeah, you share it to your homepage. But what about all the different groups you belong to? You know, start, you know, not just this show, but everything. You know, if you have something you firmly believe in, you know, and if someone calls you an ego fag or a leader fag, you know what? They don't mean anything. They're nobodies. They just want controversy, and maybe they're jealous, or maybe, you know, that's how they truly believe. But it really doesn't matter what they believe, because if you feel your message can resonate and reach with people, and that's really what's important. So, you know, to everybody, follow your own heart, because only your heart knows the truth, and only your heart can tell you what is just and what is not just.
And another thing about sharing is that I don't know who's made the videos, but there's been a lot of good videos about sharing the message and sharing, you know.
L has been doing a great video.
Exactly. You know, we got to reach people who are not in Anonymous, and that's been a big battle for a long time. Is that you got to reach the hearts and the minds of the public. And you know, so in your own little circles, you got to expand a little bit, you know.
Yeah,
a lot of it.
Right, Tyler. And that's something you heard me speak of a lot. Is I get a lot of criticism for being friends with such a wide variety of people. You know, some people who are anti-anonymous. You know, and they're like, "Well, why are you friends with these people?" And the answer is very simple. If Tyler and I are just talking, what am I doing? You know,
exactly.
I'm talking to a mirrored version of myself. So what good is that going to do? That's not going to change the hearts of mine or anybody. You know, I belong in groups like Namaste with 235,000 followers, and I'll post Op Love in there. I'll post Op Collective Meditation in there. You know, to feed into them, and I'll share this video into them. And that's what you have to remember is exactly what Tyler said, man. If you're just talking to people that you agree with, what real change are you making? They're already with you. You're preaching to the choir, man. So, you know, test yourself. Go out there and, you know, have a conversation, create dialogue with someone who may not believe what you believe.
And especially if for the outside, protests and stuff like that, it would be a great opportunity to get a lot of extra people to what your cause is.
There you go. It's that simple, because you don't have to be anonymous to feed the homeless.
No.
That's what it comes down to. And you see it happens. Food Not Bombs and anonymous. And yeah, we team up with a lot of people, and a lot of people team up with us. But just because you're not wearing a mask doesn't make you not anonymous. I would say Food Not Bombs, again, in my heart, I would say they're anonymous, the true meaning of it. So spread your wings, and embrace some people that even people you don't think you would get along with. Because I think in our society, you'd be surprised with how many people are disenfranchised. They're just afraid to use their voice. And so if you have a voice, use it, and just remember, to use gentle words, kind words. If you find yourself getting angry, then back off, back down, breathe. 3 deep breaths, believe it or not, will do wonders for you. And come back to it when you're calm. Rather than the insults and the name calling, and and if you know that you're just, you have to understand, if what is just in your heart, you don't need to defend yourself. And I think that's what a lot of us end up doing, including myself, is we try to justify and defend our actions when
you're completely in the wrong sometimes.
Yeah,
I've done that too.
Well, we all do, and that's what happened last night. For anyone who got to see the great, the great battle between a friend of mine and I, we went at it, and we did some low blows.
I saw that.
Did you follow that?
Yeah, I did.
Dude, but it was funny. And we made up and we apologized, and we were, and I'm sure people came, well, George, we haven't seen this part of you before. And I'm like, look, man, I'm a work in progress. Tyler's a work in progress. Steven's a work in progress. Preston, Rose, we're all a work in progress. I am far from perfect. I have a temper. I get my feelings hurt. I'm not afraid to admit that. Richard Cox, so kiss my ass. He was busting my balls about I got feels, but it's normal. But what also is normal is to come back and be humble and say, you know what, I was wrong. And there's no reason to break up friendships because you screamed at each other or you yelled at each other. If you go back and with your tail between your legs and you say, I'm sorry. What I did was, I'm sorry. I value your friendship. I value your opinion, and I got heated. And there's nothing wrong with that. Let go of your ego, man. Because like Tyler said, you even if you're wrong, you'll keep arguing just for the sake of just because you can.
And then another thing, and this is an old subject, but I have to bring it up. And Steven wanted to talk about it was infighting that we have with Anonymous. It's an it's old, and I had an op stolen from me at one point, and then I had to like fucking breathe and remember that it's not my op to begin with. But and then I'm just like, well, whatever, there's my ego fucking hit, But the infighting, like when we're going around and we're doxing each other, and I hate you because you fucking slept with my girlfriend and blah blah blah. You know what I mean? Like all of the energy that you spent at being angry at this person, you could have just done some positive things more towards the movement, more towards an operation. So when we're fighting amongst ourselves, we're only hurting us as a collective.
I muted because you said, Steven, go with it, man. Go with it. You wanted to talk about it. Go, brother.
I mean, the infighting, man. Infighting is the very thing that we're, as Anonymous, that we're trying to demolish, man. It's about unity. Tyler may say something that I don't agree with. I may say something that George doesn't agree with. It's about accepting it, and it's about the end game and the end result. It doesn't matter how we get there. You may not agree with a certain method. I mean, Anonymous is nonviolent. And for the infighting, for saying that, oh well, you know, I'm going to piggyback and talk shit here. You know, the different sects within the organization, you know, one's better than the other and this and that, and we accomplish more. I mean, you got to look at it the way that it's meant to be looked at, man. The collective has accomplished that.
No, and you're right about that, and it does, a lot of it does come down to removing the ego, and I love that. You know, I'm better at than this than you are. Okay, good, enjoy. Why argue? Why debate? Why defend yourself? If you are honest with yourself, it doesn't really matter what other people think. And as Stephen very eloquently said, it's about the end goal. And you know, the infighting, you have to ask yourself why you're arguing with this person and what it's solving, because it really is solving nothing except making you look like an ass.
Yeah. I mean, it does. And I mean,
you're always going to work with people you hate. It's like, but the end goals is the mean, you know, or you don't
exactly.
hate, you dislike. Sorry.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, hate's a strong word, man. Hate is a very strong word. And I used to believe in that word, you know, man, I mean, I may highly dislike you and I may not, you know, but you deserve basic human respect.
Right. Well, I try and replace fear with hate now instead of using hate. And I think.
Yeah, and I mean, Star Wars hit it. I mean, I'm going nerd right here. Star Wars hit it on the nose, man. Fear leads to hate, and hate, man, it leads to suffering. And I have been down that road, man, and I don't want to go there again because it was horrible.
It is. It's bad for the soul. It's bad for the spirit, and you know, people have to ask themselves again, why are they even arguing? Why are they debating? And Tyler said it as well. The energy that you're expelling could be put into such positive things if you can do that. And, you know, again, we're going to work with people we dislike. And I know I'm disliked by people, and I'm okay with that. I'm not here to be liked. I'm not here. And I said this to somebody else. They're like, oh, well, I don't respect you anymore. I was like, that's fine. I'm not even here to be respected. Okay. And people do laugh. They're like, oh, you're not here to be. No, I'm not here to be respected. I'm here to spread a message, and that's it. So.
Yeah. I mean, exactly. And I mean, man, since I've started to get more involved with everything about this idea, I mean, that's what I'm going to call it, an idea, because that's what it is. It's an idea. You know, I have lost people that I have called friends, family, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, but what some of them don't realize, man, is that we're trying to change things to where I can still continue to call you a friend, a brother, a sister, or what have you. Because, I mean, if the road keeps going down the way it's going down, I mean, unity is going to be impossible. And it doesn't take us, like Tyler said, it takes people that aren't anonymous to change that.
Well, you know, like what I was saying is that, a common goal is that I was talking to Jody about this, is that we need another like huge op that we all could jump on the bandwagon. And Jody has a huge op that all of us get. It's the belly of the beast right there. And you don't even need to be a hacker or an activist to get on this operation or this march that he's trying to put on the Federal Reserve. And I think that it would take like a big operation like that, to essentially, get all the anger and hatred, out there into the right direction,
And I mean, that's what I'm saying, man. I mean, I live in Virginia. I mean, I don't care if people know my identity or whatnot. We've already had that discussion. But, man, I mean, DC, I mean, something needs to happen.
Well, even have May 1st happening.
Yeah, I mean, and definitely May 1st. I mean, that's a new one. I mean, that one's just getting, you know what I mean? That one needs a lot of attention too. And I mean, with it being so close, doing what I'm doing, I mean, I'm going to try to make it, and I'm trying to, organize stuff and recruit a little bit of people in my area that I think would be an asset or truly, stand up for it and fight for somebody that's not yet awake or, you know, stand in front of somebody that's not willing to fight for it. You know what I mean? But I mean, honestly, George, let's actually discuss that. What is May 1st March about?
Honestly, I'm not the right person to really ask about this. I was simply asked to, help promote it and help market it.
I think the first person I saw promoting it was like Peter and Thor.
Yeah, and I mean, basically, my understanding of it is just to stand up and say the proverbial "fuck you."
Right, and there is more to the May 1st, and so like I said, I don't know enough about it to do it. But also, as everybody knows, I also don't support the Million Man March. But it's not because I don't support Anonymous. It's because I believe it is a, let's say, boots on the ground honeypot. That's my thinking on it, which is why I don't support it. I think it's being monitored too heavily to participate.
In my area, you would think in like a big city that I live in, it wasn't monitored that heavy at all. And
well, maybe not physically, but have you remember your ISPIs being, they there. And I guess that's my point. And a lot of people don't have a catcher to know that. There's little fake cell towers.
Well, we get infiltrated. We get infiltrated though on MMM. From other activist groups and groups that shouldn't. I don't know. I don't even want to go down that road. But there are people that show up to come and disrupt.
Oh, most certainly, exactly, and that's another reason I don't go to. I don't go to those. I try and put my energy, and time into other things. Not that it's not important, and not that it's not relevant for unity. It's just not my thing personally. And again, that's where people can that's where the unity part comes in, is that you can, I respect your decision to march, then you should respect my decision not to march on that day.
Exactly. And that's where
I know tons of Anons, that don't show up to, certain events and, marches, but, they're out there doing other stuff. So sometimes they get busy as well,
But I mean, even if they're not busy, I mean, like George said, he just doesn't support it, and that's fine. But he supports the end game, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, that's true.
And that is my point, and that reason I even mentioned that was for exactly what Stephen brought up, is we don't have to agree, we don't even have to like each other, but as long as we have the same goal, we should learn to work together, one way or another. And again, that's a big misconception. From even people who are anti-anonymous, they may be anti-anonymous, but the majority of them, at least the ones I personally interact with, they have the same end goal, and that's fuck the system. So I'd rather work with the people who are, trying to fuck the system than people who like to talk a good game. So yeah. I'll be friends with anybody. I always have, always will be. It doesn't bother me. Never has and never will. I mean, it's just who I am. I accept everybody for who they are, and even if they're, even if they are violent, even if they're hateful, if they're reading my messages and they're seeing my actions that are completely opposite of theirs, I can only hope that it's penetrating and something's getting through to them. And maybe one day they will. And I think Tyler, or I forget who it is, we were on a show about this with that whole punch the Nazis thing. I'd rather hug a Nazi and sit down and talk with them and find out why they're so hateful, than punch them and not have dialogue and only give them more reason to, hate.
Yeah. And when you're talking about, I think I talked to you this another show about racism and not racism, but a lot of it stems from, trauma and preconditioning, which start. They actually think it's a mental disorder, and kind of like similar to conditioning for PTSD.
Yeah, I think we have discussed that before.
Yeah,
and but we all have different ways of doing it. And like I said, I'd rather hug one. Doesn't make me a Nazi. Doesn't make me a Nazi sympathizer. Doesn't make me a racist. It means I'm trying to create dialogue, and in order for I wrote a little post about this the other day. In order for two groups of people who may hate each other, and we'll use Israel and Palestine, okay, as an example, since they've been at war for so many years. In order for them to sit down, they have to let go of that anger. They have to let go of their fear, and for them to move on, they also have to listen to one another. They have to understand where the other one is coming from. I cannot personally reach a Nazi, okay, if I don't understand why. And it could be something incredibly, incredibly simple, okay? Who knows what it is? They could have Zionism and Judaism completely mixed up, okay? Because anybody who's an intelligent person knows Zionism and Judaism are not the same thing. So, all the Jews own this and all the Jews own that. No, the Zionists own that, okay? The Jew is your neighbor who's working just as hard as you are just to make a living, okay? The Zionists are the ones feeding you the propaganda, who own your 6 media news outlets and 1,900 papers, okay? So let's get that straight. And it could be something, and once you can articulate to that someone, you might get through to them, and you might not get through to them right away, and I wouldn't expect them to. I wouldn't be like, oh, I'm not a Nazi anymore. Here, I'm putting my flag down. But if you can plant that seed of compassion, then you know what? You might have a much better chance of reaching that person than attacking them, hating them, or punching them in the face.
And I mean, me and someone else had a brief conversation about this before we went live. I mean, I'm not, past at all. I actually, I embraced it because, as you said, George, sometimes you need to understand where someone's coming from. And I mean, I was on that side of the fence, with the skinheads and the Aryans and stuff like that, man. And when I went to prison, how everything worked, man. And it's not the way that, they portray it to be. They work together. You see race and race working together behind the scenes. And it's not about hate. It comes down to money. I mean, everything is about money.
Or what about even fear? I mean, could you put fear into that? Speaking from here, that you're fear of what you don't know.
I mean, mine started, of where I was raised, and it was fear. You know what I mean? It was honestly fear when it started out with me. I've always been the nerdy kid. I'm 25 years old and I still collect Pokemon cards, man. So of course, when I was in elementary school, I got messed with, and I was, one of 2 white kids on my school bus, and they messed with me hard, man. And it was fear, and it's the same thing. They didn't want to, it was ignorance on both ends. They didn't want to understand me. I didn't want to understand them.
So getting to jail is when you had your awakening, and I was a sharp skinhead. I don't know, not many people know that.
Yeah, skinheads against
racial prejudice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And at first I was the one punching, racist, until I started dating a Nazi skinhead. Sorry, she was hot. All right, forgive me, but look, I'm not gonna lie. All right?
The vices of man.
Exactly. I mean, she was hot, dude. I mean, there's nothing else I can say about it. Not as hot as my wife by any stretch, but she was hot. Anyhow, to move on from that, so we started dating, and I found out why she was a racist and why she was a Nazi skinhead. And the answer was simple: she was raped by 4 black guys. Okay, but the more she started interacting with the punks and the sharp skinheads, and realized the history of skinheads, which was actually started by the African American community, and
in the UK. Yeah,
in the UK, and saw the foundations of it, and started interacting with, because in the punk scene, there's really no racists in the punk scene. We're all freaks. And I did my, I was the typical upbringing. I started off as like a glam punk, listening to Depeche Mode, New Order, Joy Division, and I moved my way up to Minor Threat, and did my little straight edge thing for a little while. And
straight edge kids. Oh yeah, straight edge kids.
Yeah, I was one. I tried.
He was in the hardcore scene.
Exactly, I tried that. Listened to Uniform Choice, and then Cro-Mags came along, and anyhow, and then I ended up being a sharp skinhead. And I was one of those violent people. I have not always been this way. I've been practicing Buddhism since I was 15, but you know, we all sway. We all go our own ways. We all interpret things differently.
Yeah, for me, I was with. I'm not going to say what group I was with, but it was pretty bad. And for me, it was the allure of fitting in, and some people that would buy my bullshit.
Exactly.
You know?
Exactly.
Yeah, it's that simple too. The need to fit in.
Yeah, and jumping out of what I was in almost cost me my life. So, you know, it was like that brotherhood in the family that I didn't have, you know?
Yeah, and I mean that played a big part with me too, man. And I mean, as I say, I've been in the foster care system since I was 12. So, I mean, that played a big part in, you know, my choices as well. And I mean, it gives you, but it's a false sense of brotherhood and unity, because
Yes,
they will turn their back on you quicker than you can say, I think you're cool.
Right, and you also needed protection as well. I'm guessing, Stephen, since like you said, you're only one of 2 white kids on an all, you know, African American bus. Then you probably needed the protection and your fear, and so therefore you drifted towards, you know, the Aryan race because they offered.
Yeah, and I mean that's exactly what it was, man. Because I mean, when it comes down to it, I mean, skin color is not, you know, a choice from some higher power. You know, skin color is not, you know, God's chosen people, whatnot. I mean, it's scientifically proven that skin color is based on migration and climate. That's all it is.
A pigment. It's a pigmentation.
Yeah, and it's to adapt to your surroundings. That's all it is.
Right. So, you know, and you're right. And so I guess, you know, that's where my lovingness comes from for everybody, because I've seen the hate. I've been on that side of it. I've been on both sides. And where I was going with this is, once I found out her name was Mary, once I found out why she was raped, and she started interacting with everybody, she changed, and she ended up marrying an African American guy. And they're still married. Because you have to understand people. You really do. And you're never going to understand people unless you have dialogue. No one's going to sit down and talk with you if you punch them in the face unless you're your best friend. All right? And so dialogue is necessary. To make change, you must understand those you're trying to change. And that goes full circle. What I'm trying to do is bring this full circle. And what Tyler wanted to talk about was the infighting. So understand the true anger behind the person. And I'll use me as an example again, and I'm still not going to talk about the person I fought with. Either you saw it or you didn't. Still up if you want to go. I think it might be still up.
I saw it.
Throw them under the bus. But but what I did was I called him and I said, "Hey man, what's going on? What's really going on?" And he's like, "Nothing." I'm like, "Bullshit. Something else is, there's something deeper to this." And he told me. He's like, "You're right." He's like, "I have blah 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 going on." I'm like, "There you go." All right. I understood it, and it was fine, because it was that simple. It was that simple as somebody reaching out and saying, "What? No, I want to understand what caused this." So we can, we can get to people if we create a language that everyone understands, and that's where music is so beautiful. Everyone understands music. People can relate to music worldwide, and get like Stephen was saying, just pick the phone, and call the person and say, "Hey, let's talk about this in private. What's going on?" You don't need to pull your feels out here and make you look like a pussy, but just reach out to the person. And if you see hateful language, instead of attacking them, just try and listen to them, let them vent, and just reinforce that, you can say everything you want to me, but, I hope you look in the mirror. I hope you see what you're doing. And, no matter what, I'll be here for you. And if you decide you want to talk later, I'm still going to be here, not hate you, fuck you. I'm going to dox you. I'm going to find out where you live. I'm going to fuck your daughter. I'm going to fuck your dog. And, it doesn't need to go that far.
Some people do, and I was dealing with another incident where somebody took it to the next level, and now they're in jail. Sometimes you got to redirect. You got to really evaluate what you're doing.
Yeah, consequences have actions, man.
Yeah, unfortunately, they took it to the next level, and now they're in jail.
Yeah.
And if you've never been in jail, you don't want to be. It's not a fun place. It's not all it's cut out to be. Not that, yeah, it's three hots and a cot, but there's other stuff.
I was all over Facebook bullshit.
Well, there you go. And it really, and also what people need to understand is it really is just words, people. It's just social media. And I've discussed this before, and I feel like I'm freaking hijacking the show, and I hate that because I like what Preston. Well, I like what Preston has to say. Tyler, you're highly intelligent, and as more episodes go on, you're finding your voice, which I think is amazing because you have so much intelligence and to share, and I don't know. You're just I love listening to you, and as you know, every time you guys,
You know what's really weird is I'm really selective about where my stage fright comes in, and then it'll come in, and then it'll go away, and then it'll come. It's very selective.
I think you're finding your voice, though. Like I said, I've been pretty much tuned in ever since day one, and you really are finding your voice. You're starting to talk and share, and I think that's important to have people like you sharing your experiences and allowing people to know they're not alone. Because I think everybody's going through something, and who are we to judge what the effect had on it? For Stephen, he was a foster kid, and that was traumatic for him, and to somebody else it could be breaking their phone. But who are we to say what that does to somebody? That's not our right. To them, that's just as powerful as to being a foster kid or being raped or witnessing a murder or whatever it could be. Everyone knows pain, everyone knows loss, everyone knows what being hurt is like. So we shouldn't.
Well, sometimes you gotta see the darkness in order to see the light. I really believe in that.
It's not just a saying. I agree.
Yeah, you're not gonna know what you're up against until you experience what it is. And I'm not saying go out there and do bad things, but I'm saying that's at least that for me, that's been my life experience.
Right. Disclaimer: do not go out and kill somebody just to see what it's like.
Yeah. Don't do anything like that. Yeah, I don't recommend it because if I could go back and learn a different way.
For me, it was all about getting into a lot of it was getting into trouble, and I don't give a shit about what this does, and then there's legal consequences, and now I'm doing a lot of drugs, and now I'm just a lot of self-hatred, So it takes a lot. It took a lot of that for a long time to figure out, that there was another way.
No, and you're right. And like I said, I think we walked a really similar path because I was a prodigy as well. I was accepted to all the best schools, and they all wanted me, and I said, "Fuck you, I'm going to the military."
That's exactly what I did, and then they didn't want me, and now I'm left with nothing. Then I was left with nothing, and then I get accepted to one of the state universities, and you know what I do is my drug addiction exploded out then, and I just wasted all my money and just did a bunch of drugs and ended up in rehab.
And exactly. And Stephen, don't feel bad. My son is 18 and he still collects Pokemon cards. Okay, so it's all good.
Hey, man, it's more than Pokemon cards. I'm telling you.
Oh, he's a nerd. He's my son is unfortunately he's also a prodigy, but he's a huge nerd. He loves his anime. He loves his. You get him talking. Our biggest battle is who would win, Batman or Spider-Man. That is our biggest argument. So because I'm also a nerd.
Oh man, embrace it, dude. I mean,
I love it.
Embrace it.
I love it, and that goes to everybody listening too. If if you're a nerd, man, let your nerd shine. But if you've been in darkness, as Tyler was saying, you can't appreciate the light until you've seen the dark. And I am not someone to say what your darkness is. I'm not someone to say what your Tyler. You can probably elaborate on this. What your rock bottom even is, because everybody has a different darkness, and just like everybody has a different rock bottom. If you're an addict or whatever.
Yeah. For me, I just took it to a whole nother level where I didn't care about the consequences of what I was doing, and unfortunately, it landed me a bunch of charges.
There you go. Tyler, what's going on with that? Any comments about any feedback from them on?
Wes Graham is. Let me see. Jennifer says I have a new rap song. Soros hasn't given your check yet.
I'm so tired of that one.
The paid protester.
Yeah.
Well, Wes says I'm not so easily brainwashed as my brother over there. Well, Wes.
Yeah, I mean,
Wes,
I'm not gonna lie. That is directed towards me.
Yeah, well, Wes, I was probably in a darker spot than maybe you were in your life, and the unfortunate, I learned a lot from one of my roommates in a group home, or sober, you call them sober living home, and he was a Hindu, and he had a great way of explaining life, and he was saying that in Hinduism they have 33 million gods, and they have this saying is that all paths lead to the same road, and that the wrong decisions you make in your life will eventually lead you to the right place. So I had to experience a lot of torment and go through the misery to get where I had to be today. And I'm not saying that I'm in a great place, but I'm in a better place than I was, I would say, 4 or 5 years ago. I can tell you that.
Yeah, I'm grateful for everything I've been that I went through, or I wouldn't have gotten to the path I've gotten to. And I was explaining that to someone else, I think yesterday or last night. All my days blend together anymore. In that, this is going on, and I explained to him. I said, look at the positive. There's positive. It really is positive in everything, no matter what it is. And people are like, well, this person committed suicide. All right, you know what the positive of that is? Maybe they're at peace now. Yeah, does it suck? Of course it sucks. But maybe they are. Maybe they're at peace now. And I choose to look at it that way. And there's really positive in every single action. And that's why I believe in the butterfly effect. The person who got me encouraged me to become a drug and alcohol counselor, she lost her parents to two drunk drivers. I'm sorry, to a drunk driver. She lost her parents in a car accident when she was very young. And so she went through the system with her sisters. And we can look at that as a bad situation. Okay.
I actually when I walked away from when I got terminated because of my disease, and I was getting these thoughts, and I don't know if you've ever got these thoughts working in that field. I almost got a resentment, not at what I was doing, but at the establishment and the finance aspect of what the families had to sacrifice in order to get the help. And then I started getting resentful at the establishment and these absurd charges they need to have to help the kids,
Right. Well, that's one reason actually I left the field is I got into a big surprise. I got in a huge fight with
the director. I've done that.
The GM. Well, the GM of the entire company. I got in a huge screaming match with them because I kept suggesting these changes because I've been where these addicts have been.
They have nothing, no money.
No, they have exactly. And she was putting these rules in place that just did not make sense for an addict. Okay, because addicts think differently. And she didn't want to hear it because she was book learned. She was a CEO or a GM, whatever the hell she was. And she was a basic bitch. And one day I said, you know what? I'm done. I'm not doing this anymore because you cannot treat addicts like this. And I walked out. That was the only reason I walked out. The other reason was I was a sponsor to these 3 kids, and they all OD'd on fentanyl and heroin mix. And I was basically having a breakdown myself because I felt like I didn't save them, but it wasn't me up to save them. It was up to themselves to save them. The message was there. They choose not to listen. So I dealt with that.
I mean, I was working at some facilities, where they would boot people because they're not doing their packet works or they're not going to their meetings, saying they're non-compliant. I'm like, no. In my head, what I wanted to do was just yell at the director and tell them, no, that's not what's going on right now. They are they're basically in a state of shock, and they don't know how to adapt. So they're gonna act resentful, which is a pretty normal behavior. And to boot somebody, and the amount of money that the parents had forked over to get them here is just a big slap in their face because they're being non-compliant in a few areas. But it usually takes them about 90 days. That's the magic number. It's about 90 days for this. Like, sometimes it takes a little longer, sometimes it takes a little shorter, but usually it's right around the 90 days, the magic moment where they start to, like, that little glimmer of light saying that, hey, maybe what I was doing, maybe there is another way to, like, live life without using drugs,
Oh no, I completely agree, and you're right. I mean, they a lot of the places have a point system. During the day you have to go to all the meetings, and if you don't, you get a point taken away, and blah blah blah. And like you said, they throw you out if you don't comply, without understanding the mindset of what they're going through. Because a lot of them, number one, are still in denial. They're recognizing it because the brain chemistry, like you said, takes about 90 days to 6 months to actually switch over to some sort of empathy, or at least a thought process non-related to drugs or alcohol. And they don't understand that, and that's why not a lot of foreign countries, but the countries where all drugs are legal are actually putting work programs in place rather than focusing it on the disease itself. They're focusing on the individual and giving them the skills and the encouragement and what they need to be a positive member of society. They're not focusing on the addiction. They're focusing on the situation.
Yeah.
Wow, that really got off track quick.
It's never off track.
No, Jody's here.
Yeah, I just showed up, man.
Hey, Jody, welcome.
What's up, guys?
Hey, Jody, what can we do to I know you need help with End the Fed, man. What can we do to get this damn message out there? Because the people really aren't understanding the importance of biting the head off the snake, dude.
Man, that's a $1 million question, man. I've been searching for that answer myself.
Maybe we just need to start doing it and just go out there and start protesting, and just wait till the news coverage, even if they do get out there, and to start getting more people involved. It's not going to be an overnight thing. Now, what I did see is that a senator is pressing for the audit of the Federal Reserve, which is probably going to go fucks nowhere.
Probably not.
Nope.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is that maybe we just need to start going out there and start protesting.
Yeah, Jody.
Yeah.
How many off the top of your head? Last time I looked, it was only 186 or something. How many people are following your Facebook page, End the Fed, right now?
Right now, there's 236 or something like that.
Yeah, and to me, dude, that's mind-blowing. I mean, that is just absolutely – I cannot comprehend how only 230 people are awake enough as activists, as anonymous members that don't understand the importance of the Federal Reserve of the United States and how it doesn't only affect the United States but the entire damn world.
Right, yeah, it does too. I'm baffled by you can go through Facebook almost any time, and if you scroll long enough, you see a meme or a post about Federal Reserve. But as soon as you want people to because my biggest thing is we need help across the country. I mean, this is kind of just an ideal here in Dallas, and between me and the guy that started Anonymous Dallas, Texas. And we were like, hey, we need to push this, but we can't do it for the entire country. We need people in each area, organizing in each of the cities that has a bank or branch.
Right. And this is something we could do nationwide.
Right.
Exactly. That's what I was going to say is, Jody, if you guys go to Jody's page at End the Fed, you will see he has a list of all the cities with the Federal Reserve where you can organize. And I've been a big proponent of promoting this for Jody. I don't
Yeah,
work with
yeah.
Jody. Jody and I have interactions through Facebook, very small, but I'm a huge, supporter of this. And, when a meme of, I don't want to say unity because that's not very fair because that is important. But when a meme has more shares than, the Fed locations, that to me, it shows me that we have a lot of work to do, man.
There's a lot of work, man.
Well,
Yeah,
what
that's
did
the
it? So I don't know. So go ahead, Jody.
I was just saying, yeah, the pictures and the little memes and stuff has gotten shared crazy, but I've literally only had like 5 or 6 shares of the actual we need help, and I've got it on freaking Facebook, I've got it on Anons for Life, I've got it on Minds, I've got it on Sue, I everything but Twitter, and it's like it's so frustrating. It's so frustrating.
What I'm wondering is like how did Occupy Wall Street even like pop off like it did?
That's a good question. That was organized obviously off of Facebook, with a small local collective up in New York, who were all friends, and they met regularly, which is where the meetings all came from.
Yeah.
They started and they agreed to gather in New York City, and they promoted it lightly. And once people actually started occupying, then it spread out, and we started taking it to other cities. So, but it was a matter of bringing awareness to that, and it did help that the collapse was only 3 years ago, and a lot of this generation, including probably Steven, doesn't remember 2008 and 2009 during the housing bubble and the great crash. And so
no, in 2008, 2009, I really wasn't even to be honest, I really wasn't even worried about it.
Exactly, and that's what it came down to. So we haven't had that situation. That might be part of the issue, Jody, is people aren't realizing that, the stock market is at an all-time high, but it's all inflated. It's going to be corrected, and we do need something like a crash to maybe make people aware again. Because at the time, it was, 2011, I think we started Wall Street?
Yeah, 2011.
And, I think September 17th, I think. Was the date?
Somewhere around there.
I think it was September 17th, 2011 we started. It was the first night we camped out. But it was still there were effects of the crash of 2008 and 2009 were still so prominent that it was, people were still calling for jail the bankers. And you do see that today, but you're not, the people are still reaping the benefits. So it's kind of like being brushed under the rug. But people aren't understanding that if we attack the head of the snake like the Fed, so much more will fall into place.
Yeah, and it's not just the Fed. We need to be occupying all these banks. Because if it wasn't for the banks, the whole banking system, the Fed wouldn't have the power that they do. The Fed depends on all these branches out here, all these different banks, the Chases, all of them. I mean, it doesn't matter. Everyone just needs to get out and go to the banks,
Right. I mean, do you want to explain to those? I did a little bit before on the last show when you came on to explain a little bit background on what the Fed is to those who are listening. And I'm sure we're probably going to lose listeners to this because they don't want to they want to hear about anonymous from my experience. But the people who are sticking around who aren't familiar with the Federal Reserve, Jody, do you want to give a little background on that?
Well, yeah, the Federal Reserve was it's a central banking system. The term Federal Reserve is an oxymoron in itself because the Federal Reserve is no more federal than Federal Express. They are a private corporation. They basically take bonds from the United States and they hand over cash to the United States government and the bank systems out there. But they do that with interest. They have no reserves in anywhere. It's not backed by anything. The only thing you can even say that the Federal Reserve notes are backed by is the petrodollar. That's the only thing that keeps the dollar today propped. Back in 1971, Richard Nixon went to the King of Saudi Arabia with an offer to protect the oil fields with the U.S. military, and in trade for that free security, they agreed to only sell oil in U.S. dollars to anyone in the world. And within 1 year, they got everyone on the OPEC in the entire world. If you were a country and you wanted to buy oil from any oil providing country, you had to have U.S. dollars. And this is one thing I tell people a lot of time when it comes to the petrodollar. That's the true reason behind why we have so much like Chinese and Taiwan crap on the shelves. It's not because of it costs too much to make. That's a figment. Those countries over there, they need U.S. dollars, so they have to trade something. And a lot of that's just goods. They give us goods, we give them U.S. dollars, then they can go buy oil. So that was kind of like the death grip of what, the only thing that they can cling on to as a form of reserves. They have no gold, they have no tangible resources to back their Federal Reserve notes. And they have no oversight. They are their own complete separate entity. The president doesn't have any control over the Federal Reserve. Congress has no control over the Federal Reserve. That's why you hear all the talk sometimes about audit the Fed. But I mean, even if we audit the Fed,
what is it? It will do nothing. It will do nothing.
Yeah, what's it going to do? Oh, we've been fucking you guys for years, for almost 100 years. What are you going to do about it? Nothing, So auditing is just like an illusion that, we might do something if we audit them. We can't. We have no authority over them.
And plus, our government always gets in, the Federal Reserve has our government by the balls financially.
They own the government.
Yep.
It's like the one Lord Amsel Rothschild said one time, "Let me control a nation's currency, and I care not who makes the laws." And they do. And when you look at war, it's about money. When you look at the drug trade, CIA smuggling drugs in on their planes and shit. These senators with their boats and shit smuggling drugs. It's about money. Everything's about money. Everything leads back to money. All this stock trade, insider bullshit, fucking derivative. It's all about money. And when you control the money, you control everything. And that is like the one polarizing thing in every single person's life on this planet is money. So if you can go after them, that centralized banking cartel system, and take them down, man, I mean, you've dealt a major blow. And that is the one thing that can really and truly put fear into these elites. And one of the things is, all we've got to do is get out here and put pressure on Congress, because all they really got to do is repeal the Federal Reserve Act of 1913. And the president signs it and Federal Reserve's gone. We start printing our own money again. That's why getting out here and occupying these banks and occupying the Federal Reserve is so important and so key to put pressure on these people. I mean, aside from kicking in doors and burning shit down, but where's that going to lead us? It's just going to get a bunch of people shot. So, I mean, because believe me, they'll protect that to the fullest by any extent.
Yeah, essentially, it would take an ongoing operation, an ongoing protest.
Oh yeah,
yeah, and this is not like an overnight thing. Like you go and protest, and one day it's over. No. This is like DAP. This would probably be something like DAPL. That would have to be like an ongoing thing.
And that's why when I made that post with all the different places, I put all these Federal Reserve phone numbers, all these banks and branches. If you go to my page and look at that list of all of them, they've got phone numbers and everything. You know what I mean? I mean, we should be ringing their phones off the hook.
Yeah, I was going to say that. Why don't we do what, what Ed was talking the other day is, with the CPS is start doing, the the faxing and the flooding the phone
Yeah.
calls and
disruption.
disruption.
Yeah, I'm going to ask you the same thing I said to Dana. How can people find your page, Jody? And for future reference, Jody, this is George. If you don't know your speaking
Yeah.
to.
Yeah.
I know my email is different and my screen name is different. That shows
Right.
up here. But this is George, and if you want to help with that, I'll be happy to. But how can people who are listening find and start promoting End the Fed before we go to the next step? Because I've been following you guys, and I know there's no date set yet because obviously we're still organizing it, which I think is the proper way to do it until we get all cities. Well, not all, but as many cities as we can, as many boots we can on the ground. Make some noise, and then we can start your Twitter storms, and then you can start flooding their faxes, start making the phone calls, everything. But how do people find you on Facebook?
Well, if you just put
Minds or anywhere where everybody else is lingering at this point.
Well, the name of the page is Nationwide March to End the Federal Reserve. I think you can also find it like facebook.com/Let's End the Fed. I've just done Nationwide March to End the Federal Reserve in Google, and it brings all of the different social media things up. I actually did a little bit of research on Google of searching when I found figured out what actual name, so that way it's unique to itself, and that way it's not hard to find. You can just Google it too.
Oh yeah, with Google Analytics, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one thing I yeah.
Yeah, and I don't think people understand the importance of ending the Fed and all the repercussions it will have on so many of the issues that people are screaming about now. And you brought up drugs. So let's talk about drugs. You end the Fed, you're gonna end a huge part of the drug trade, flooding into every country, specifically at least reference the United States. The governments are bringing drugs. You get rid of the Fed, they're going to have nothing to trade for, and you're going to see at least that part of the street drugs not related to pharmaceutical companies take a major hit.
Well,
yeah, definitely.
Wes is saying, I'm getting some echo. Is it me?
Yeah, I think it's you, Tom.
How could I? It went away. That was weird. Wes was saying, well, what were the boots on the ground doing exactly? Doing what exactly, and what are those boots on the ground getting accomplished? Well, essentially, I think when we're talking about boots on the ground, we're talking about protesting.
One of the things I can say to that, the best thing we can do is educate the public. There's millions of people out here that don't know a fucking thing about our dollar. They don't understand how it affects them. They don't understand why 5 years ago you could go fill up a grocery cart for $100 and now it costs almost $400 to fill up a grocery cart. They don't know that that's direct reflection of the interest, that we're paying and the inflation and the overprinting of money. Every dollar that's printed devalues the dollar that preceded it. So every dollar that they're overprinting causes the dollar you have in your pocket to lose value. So they're losing purchasing power. That's why everything is going up except our wages. And that is directly because of the Federal Reserve and the Ponzi scheme, pyramid scheme that it is. That's why they have the pyramid right on the fucking dollar. Sorry for cussing. I just can't.
But to answer your question, Wes, awareness. We need to get the public aware again. And if people poo-poo protesting, but a lot of times protesting is simply to get awareness to a situation, and this is a situation that is crucial. That people cannot survive, are not living on what they could have. We're at an all-time low for people owning property, owning houses, and keeping you a slave, including college debt. The Federal Reserve is the main provider of student loans. I believe it happened in 1991 that they got involved with student loans. And here's a neat little you can call it irony if you'd like. You can say it's a conspiracy or not. But when the Federal Reserve in 1991 under Bush started providing loans to college students and took control of that, if you noticed, all the corporations at that time started also requiring that you had a degree to get a job.
Yeah.
Okay. So look at that. Before that, and my father's a perfect example, because my father did not graduate college. He did not have a college degree, but he ended up being the vice president of advertising for Rupert Murdoch. You can look at, I think Donald Trump doesn't have a college degree either, if I'm not mistaken, or Bill Gates, or I know Bill Gates doesn't. But you look at a lot of these people that are in the older generation with no money, with no college degree, they got there with that because of their knowledge. And when the Federal Reserve got involved with student loans and started loaning money out, then the businesses kind of, it's almost like a backdoor deal. Say, okay, well, you know what? Now you need a college degree to do this, regardless of how good you are, regardless of how talented you are, regardless of what you're capable of. If you don't have this piece of paper saying that you did all this and you borrowed money off the government, we are not going to give you a job.
Yeah, it became a prerequisite, like a requirement.
Right. So is that coincidence? No. I don't know. I personally don't feel
believe
it was.
I don't believe in coincidences.
No, nor do I. So, so for those who maybe touch more of the younger viewers that are listening and staying up for this, you complain about the student loans. Well, guess who controls your student loans? The Federal Reserve, guys, girls. And they're the ones that want to keep you in debt and keep you a slave in society. So as long as the Federal Reserve exists, it's not going to get rid of slavery. There's always going to be some sort of oppression until we get rid of the governments around the world. But if you can at least tackle the Federal Reserve, you get to see some hardship, but you are going to see also some major changes taking place with people being able to make a living wage.
Do you guys hear that noise, or is that just me?
Oh,
I think Steven's charger.
Steven, your charger.
Oh no! Damn it!
Yeah, and the other thing with the student loans too, I hear, because I'm getting ready to turn 40 myself, so I'm a little bit of an older guy. But I hear some of the younger kids nowadays, that come out of college, can't find a job, and they got $50,000 in student debt. They're like, oh, well, I'm just going to file bankruptcy. And it's like, not your student loan.
Nope. Student loans, the only way in the United States to get rid of your student loan to pay it off. You can't file bankruptcy. You must be permanently disabled by the federal government. Must tell you that you're permanently disabled.
Billy, go run me over with the truck so I get out of this debt.
well, you know what? Because that might not even work either. Because it's, for those of you who don't know about disability, that's another fascinating topic. The book that they use for disability was written, I believe, in 1953. Okay, and in order for you to be disabled, they can actually use jobs that were established in 1953 that do not even exist today. If you can do that job that does not even exist, you are not disabled. That is a fact. That is not fiction. Talk to a disability lawyer. They'll tell you the same thing. The book is like a freaking set of encyclopedias, and they don't care whether the job exists or not. As long as you are capable of doing any job in that book, you are not permanently disabled.
I remember I tried filing disability, and at the time, because I was when I got diagnosed with fibromyalgia when I was this was 10 years ago, when it was really, really bad to the point where I was completely bedridden, and it's gotten better over time, but I couldn't file. They said it didn't qualify because it wasn't it wasn't official. Because they said that something.
It wasn't recognized.
It wasn't recognized, at that time, and now it is. And the thing they wanted to offer me. Oh,
that's coming through, Jody.
They wanted to offer me $700 a month, and I'm like, well, wait, you can't live off of fucking $700 a month.
Yeah, it's a tricky. It's one of those things, and like Jody said, is if you want to file disability, and get rid of your student loan, not going to happen. And Jody, you know that you know the interest rates they're paying.
Oh,
hold on. All right, is there feedback again?
Yeah.
Still an echo, huh? Huh.
Does it sound like it's coming from mine?
Yeah. You just put on the mute button on the microphone. There you go.
All right. A $50,000 loan turns into, I believe, $360,000, Jody, something like that. If you pay every payment on time, I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. So, Jody made a good point. So, if you plan on filing bankruptcy, your student loan doesn't go away, but they're not going to give you a job either.
It's what they call a full recourse loan.
No,
it's not like a credit card where you can just walk away. It's unsecured. Those
right.
are full recourse.
Yeah, explain it. Go, Preston. Explain what it is.
Well, that's what they call a full recourse loan. I mean, it's essentially like an IRS debt or anything else. They'll come put liens on property, on your salary, take your car, if they have to. I mean, it's debt slavery if there ever was. And you're doing it to the kids. That's what's bad about it. You're getting them hung out on a lot of money on a bad loan from day one, man. It's
Oh, you're like 17% interest. Oh, that's a good number, right?
well, that's a little. I think Congress sets that, but it's still high. It's like 6 something. When you can get loans at 3 or 4, it's just they're just gouging. And it's yet another form of slavery as well. They do that. It's very subtle, but if they can hook you on it, well, they got you.
Right, and that's again the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve has their hands in everything, and they will make sure that you stay that way until the people stand up and say no more. We did line cash back in 2009, I think, maybe 2008. I'm not sure I think it was right after Scientology or right before. To bring awareness to defacing the money, which we did that during Wall Street as well. Occupy the Fed. Occupy Wall Street, and we were printing on the money and the Fed, and people are becoming numb to that because there isn't that crisis now. But we do need to start educating people. So instead of making a little meme that says blah blah blah, it's make a meme and just get the word out there, and the Fed help somebody educate themselves. Start spreading the knowledge. That's to me. Is what Anonymous embraces. We can talk about unity, but unless we also address the bigger issues, not much is really going to get done. And we can scream a revolution all we want, and we can overthrow the United States government. But as long as the Fed is there, it's not going to accomplish anything. And that's why you see us going to war with the countries that don't have a central bank. If anybody wants to just, Tyler, I think you're pretty well educated on that, knowledgeable on.
Well, yeah. I mean, essentially, like I've seen, it's not just our country that's, that has a central bank. It's like almost every single one of them are all tied in together. And
there's 3 main ones. There's the Federal Reserve here in the United States.
There's one in London, and then the Vatican.
Right, and then there's the it's called the IMF, the International Monetary Fund. And then you've also got the World Bank. And those are the 3, basically, the original Rothschild family.
Right.
Dynasty.
And what countries do not have a central bank at this point?
Hungary, Russia, and a few others, but that's about it.
No, Russia does. Iran and Syria.
And North Korea.
North Korea, right. Yeah, I knew there was the 3rd one, right.
And guess who we're at war with? We're at war with Syria. We want to go to war with North Korea, and we want to go to war with Iran.
Right.
And again, call us conspiracy theories. And if you go back to Bush's axis of evil, guess what? Guess what his whole axis of evil had in common? None of them had a central bank at that time.
Right. And what were the last 3 to go down?
Libya,
Iraq, fucking Libya with Muammar Gaddafi.
Yep, and Iran, and they all wanted. And Gaddafi was very clear that he wanted to go to a gold standard he refused to have a central bank. But he's dead, and they have one now. Saddam Hussein is dead, and they have one now.
Wasn't it like October of 2000 that Saddam Hussein started selling his oil in euros?
Yep,
and then it was less than 1 year later.
They had all of a sudden they had weapons of mass.
Weapons of mass, and there was nothing
that was never found.
Right. And then you have we have all the proof that Saudi Arabia, who has a central bank, was funding 9/11, among other things. Yet they've never landed on the ban list. They've never landed on the Axis of Evil list.
So remember, it was right before Obama went out, there was a lawsuit going on where the victims of 9/11 were gonna I believe sue Saudi Arabia.
Yes.
And they denied them that. I think they did the US government denied them that right? Am I wrong about that?
No, you're correct.
It isn't. I thought it was still ongoing, though. I didn't think it was completely squashed.
They're appealing it.
Yeah, because there is something with Saudi Arabia, and because they're being threatened. I guess Saudi Arabia threatened that if they're going to sue, then Saudi Arabia, that leaves the door open for every country like Syria, such as present day in the mines in Yemen, to also be able to sue. And so that's why they're trying to squash that. But it's still ongoing. But my guess is it won't make it to the Supreme Court because they'll squash it before it gets there. All the Supreme Court has to do is deny it.
Or whatever entity is making the lawsuit is going to wind up fucking dead.
Yeah, that could happen as well.
Well, they'll block it because they don't want anything coming out in discovery. That's where you can push the FOIA requests and get other information, and they don't want that. Everything's suppressed.
There was I think that when there was a Canadian guy, and he was talking about, what was it, the TPP or the TISPA or
CISPA?
No, the International Trade Agreement. And it's not uncommon for these big issues, and you start speaking about it, and you get these weird threats on your life. He was talking about that, yeah.
Yeah, you start getting gang stalked and targeted.
Sorry. I'm tired.
I know there seems that this would be like maybe just an icon problem, maybe, but people seem to understand Wall Street more than the Fed for some reason.
Well, go ahead.
When you start talking to Fed, they just glaze over. I mean, Ron Paul had the same problem going back into the 70s, and just nobody gets it. And then, the 1% that do, it just doesn't go anywhere. It's like, and your leaders know better, but they're cowards.
I sometimes contribute that to like programming through movies and TV and shit, because Wall Street's exciting. You see the movies and the people with all the money and the Lamborghinis, and you got something directly you can target. You basically kind of get like at those ultra rich people that are driving those Lambos and shit, and that are committing felonies after felonies, but what's it mean when you got millions upon millions, but there's no movies about Federal Reserve. There's nothing cool about it. Like, people, when you start talking about the Federal Reserve and you start talking about interest and all this and gold and not have been, and it's like it's you're back in science or math class and you're fucking
everybody's falling asleep and you're like, I don't give a shit.
It's really not that hard. Yeah, it's really easy. It's not that hard, and they just don't want to hear it. Yeah.
All right. The central banks and the Federal Reserve is fucking you over. The end.
That is true.
Yeah, remember
Oh,
this
God,
conversation when you're at the grocery store and you got to buy food. It's boring, right?
Well, now, it's location going to be to get this going right. You need a place to like, at Occupy you had this park nearby where you can
Yeah,
kind of
you had
stage.
Scotty Park.
You need because these buildings, man, they're going to push you damn near out on the street. They're not going to let you anywhere near the sidewalk to get in or any of that business, or you're going to be blocking federal employee type charge.
Right.
So, yeah, it's like you need a place, and that's hard in these inner cities where like the Federal Reserve banks are.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's the thing where like I kind of have this passion because I used to live in the Midwest in Indiana, and I don't care if people know this, but I live in Dallas, and the whole JFK thing was like I don't know, Oliver Stone's movie JFK came out when I was like 11, and it sparked my interest. That's kind of what led me down the path of awakening was that movie. But then moving here and going down there, like to Dealey Plaza where they assassinated JFK, man, it was so moving, and then knowing that there's a Federal Reserve right here, a big one here in Dallas, man. I mean, it's really sparked my fire,
Yeah, JFK signed executive order. What was it? 1000.
11100.
And then he gives a weird speech, and then 6 months later he goes to Dallas and he's assassinated.
Right.
And then the day after the new president comes in, he gets rid of that executive order.
Right.
Yeah, that was the first thing. So don't tell me that was no coincidence.
Yep. It's crazy,
Well, there was connections there. I think Nixon was the lawyer for the CIA team that was in there, and oh man, I mean, Ted Cruz's dad was a Cuban activist tied to something in there too. They got a picture with Lee Harvey Oswald, so they've all been rewarded well ever since.
All right,
Oh, yeah.
3 minutes, guys.
Cool. Time flies, man.
It does.
All right, I'm back.
Was an action-packed show, right?
Actually, yeah.
Yeah, keeping folks interested. Yeah, looks like there's still quite a few viewers.
Thank everybody that tunes in
Laid
and
out.
listens. We love you guys. Well, yeah, I'm gonna say something real quick and sign off. Just go to Facebook, type in Nationwide March in the Federal Reserve. Google it. It'll bring you up different social sites. Just let's get together, man. This is the big one. This is the one that can do something if we can get out there. We gotta occupy them. We gotta stand strong and together and keep up.
Exactly.
I mean, because this is for not just us. This is this borrowed earth from our future generations. This is our children, our grandchildren. I mean, everything's changed so much in the past 10 years by leaps and bounds, man. And I can't imagine what's going to be in another 20 if we don't do something now.
Exactly. And our kids will have to fight the fight if they don't take away all of our rights.
Right. I'm ready to do the hard path now for their easy future.
Yep.
All right, I'm out. I'll
everything.
talk to you guys later.
Okay.
All right, Judy.
All right, we got 1 minute. Why do they set the limit to 4 hours? I don't know.
I don't know. We can just we can
when
always
would you
do another one.
So how long would you like it to be?
I don't know.
So, oh man, 4 is bad enough. It's a workout.
I don't know, man. I think it was pretty good.
Pretty good. So we got 20 minutes or 20 seconds. Sorry, 20 seconds. Say our goodbyes.
Yeah. Thanks for listening, everybody.
Yeah, definitely. Every time. We appreciate the time.